Bom dia, Pietro. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us so early. I am Isabella Salas, the director of the third ABC Medical Academic Meeting. Together with the coordinators, Julia Finilli, Mariana Marx.
Hi, everyone.
And Pietro Moranduzo.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Hello. In the OCOM group, we have organized this English Medical Student Symposium. Before we start, I would like to especially thank our patron, Dr. Caio Parenti, for helping us put together this event every step of the way. This year, our theme is Medical Experiences Abroad. During the morning period, you will gain an understanding of the path towards medical residency in the United States with Dr. Bruno Lima, discover what is disaster medicine and humanitarian response with Dr. Fabio Hassi, and learn how and where to apply for internships and research programs abroad with Isabella Faria. Please don't forget to fill out the 2 Google Forms in the description of this video to verify your presence. After this, there will be a 2-hour lunch break from 12:30 to 2:30. During the afternoon period, you will take part in 2 different group conversations using a Google Links Meet link we will send to your registered email. Our guests are Brazilians with experiences in other countries. Feel free to ask them any questions about their experiences. Next, you will be able to pick 2 scientific presentations to watch and learn from the comments of our remarkable examination board. To wrap up our day, at 5 o'clock, we will raffle 8 prizes and announce the winner of the best scientific presentation live on the OCOM Instagram, to which the link is available in the description of this video. Hope you all enjoy and are ready to practice your English. I will now pass this over to our host and coordinator, Pietro Moranduzi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pietro Moranduzo, and once again, I'm glad to receive you all at the third edition of ABC MAM. Shortly, we'll start with our presentations. But first, I believe our Vice President and our President of OCAM, Julia and Manuela, would like to say a few words. Julia, please.
Thank you, Pietro. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Soares. I am a 4th year graduate at Faculdade de Medicina do ABC, and I am OCAM's Vice President. Just to get started, I would like to thank everyone who is watching us today and wish you an amazing ABC MAM experience. To those who were with us this past Saturday at the pre-symposium, it's a great pleasure to have you here again. Also, I would like just to explain what does OCAM means. OCAM stands for Organização Científica de Aprimoramento dos Acadêmicos de Medicina da Faculdade de Medicina do ABC. And it was built in 2017 with the main goal of enhancing and improving the graduation of our students. Once again, thank you all for your presence. And now I would like to call our president, Manuela.
Thank you, Julia. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Manuela Blanco, 4th year medical student of FNABC and president of OCAM. I just want to say I make Julia's words my own. So I would like to thank again everyone for their presence. I think we have more than 5 or maybe more than 600 subscribers. So we hope everyone enjoys today's event.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you, Manuela. Without your support, this wouldn't be possible. And now, with no more longer ado, let me introduce you guys to our first speech of the day, Fabio Hassi. He, who has a residency in orthopedic and traumatology, 2 fellowships in disaster medicine, first at Foundation SMAU in Spain, and the second from Harvard University in Boston, USA. He has coordinated and organized multiple disaster management and response to those events, and also aided in over 10 humanitarian missions. Fabio, the ball is in your court.
Hi, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Initially, I would like to thank the organization of the event for the invitation. So I'll share my screen, and please, I'd like to share my screen. Can I? Yeah, I can do it now. So tell me if you can see my screen. All
Yes.
right.
Yeah. Perfect.
So we'll talk about disaster medicine and the pandemic. And so my name is Fabio Hassi, and I'm going to talk about that. I'm an orthopedics doctor, and I have a specialization in hip surgery, knee surgery, and arthroscopy. I did a master's degree in health management and as well in acupuncture and Chinese medicine. So actually, it was after the Haiti earthquake in 2010, I started to study disaster, and I left my country in 2016 to specialize in this subject, okay? So I spent 1 year in Seville, Spain, studying at Fundación SAMU in Escuela de Emergencias, and then in Boston, in the United States, at Beth Israel Diaconess Medical Center, a teaching hospital at Harvard Medical School, conducting a fellowship program in disaster medicine. It was already the 10th class of fellow at that time. Now they are in the 13th class, and that's a specialty that has been developing for some time in US and Europe, but here in Brazil, we still have very little about it. In general, disaster medicine is linked to hospitals' emergency departments. I have always been interested in humanitarian issues since college, but in fact, it all started in 2010 with Haiti earthquake, when I had the opportunity to participate in a humanitarian aid mission for the victims of the earthquake. So it was Haiti the first time, and in the same year, I was in Chile a few months after the earthquake, and I saw what I saw was very interesting too. Soon I will compare these two situations so that we can take some clear the difference between vulnerability and resilience, okay? Well, in 2016, I carried out an international cooperation mission in Tantan in Morocco. That will be also addressed. In 2018, I was to Puerto Rico, doing a few research on mortality in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, in a study developed by Harvard School of Public Health that ended up being published in New England Journal of Medicine and generated a great discussion regarding the number of direct and indirect deaths. Trump said it would have been 64 deaths, and some claimed it was more than 1,000. According to our studies, this number would be between 4,500 and 5,000 fatalities. Well, in 2018, I also had the opportunity to go to Jordan at the Zaatari refugee camp, where I returned in January this year. We will also have the opportunity to talk a little about that, okay? So that was the international missions. But I was still in Brumadinho, leading a team of psychosocial support to the direct and indirect victims of disaster. Last year, I also went to an assistant mission in Codajás in Amazon River. And this year I was called to participate in Pacaembu Field Hospital as medical coordinator, which was a partnership between Albert Einstein Hospital and the City Hall of São Paulo, a very interesting experience. Also this year, I participated in an advisory program for a structuring of primary care network and the opening of a field hospital in Paraupebas, Pará, a great challenge as well. Well, disaster medicine is an area of medicine that involves crisis management, disaster response, and humanitarian aid. As I say, that they are different chapters of the same book. Didactically, the disaster cycle is divided into two more important phases, pre and post-disaster. In the pre-disaster phase, we have a prevention and mitigation phase, and also the preparation phase. After the disaster, we have the response and then the recovery for the return to the conditions prior to the disaster. The pre-disaster phase is most important phase for you to prepare your teams and the community for the response to the disaster, which allows a better community recovery. Many people ask me what a specialist does in disaster while a disaster doesn't happen. Well, it's exactly at the time, the most important time, that you have the opportunity to prepare our teams and take measures to have a more effective response and provide a better recovery of the affected community. There have been records of natural disaster in the world since 1138 in Aleppo, Syria. And we know that they have become more frequent over the years. Look, of course, technological development, climate change may be affecting all of this, but in fact, the speed of information has provided us with the opportunity to follow disaster happening practically online. Look at this century, the amount of disaster that is recorded. Well, I'd like to bring you some definitions that will be important for us to continue, okay? Well, disaster is the result of adverse events, natural or man-made, on a vulnerable ecosystem, causing human, material, environmental damage, and consequent economic and social damage. A catastrophe is a huge disaster. However, from the assistant point of view, the disaster is characterized by the disproportion between the needs for care and the available resource requiring extraordinary and coordinated measures to maintain the basic or minimum quality of care. As I say, in disaster, we use the resource we have. We have some classification for disasters: natural, technological, complex humanitarian emergencies, mixed cause, etc. Here in Brazil, it's said that we don't have disasters, but I don't think so. It's not this way, okay? So we have some natural disasters like floods, landslides, drought, tropical storms. We have mass casualty events too. And actually, we don't have lots of chemicals disasters like using sarin gas or mustard gas as we saw in Syrian war recently. But we do have biological disasters. Maybe not anthrax or botulinum toxin, but we have dengue, cholera, chikungunya, Zika, and now COVID-19. Yes, it's a biological disaster. In 1987, we had an important radiological disaster in Brazil, in Goiânia. I'm very afraid about Angra nuclear power plants. We also have environmental disaster and fires being urban, like the fire in Paysandu last year, or at the National Museum in Rio in 1918. In addition to forestry fires in Amazon, also in Pantanal and Chapada Diamantina. Many people say that in Brazil we don't have terrorism. In my opinion, organized crime is a kind of terrorism, okay? So I think we have terrorism. We also have a complex humanitarian emergency, which occur in Venezuela, mainly affecting Roraima, particularly in Boa Vista. I'll briefly pass on some concepts that will become clear really soon, okay? Well, risk is the possibility of suffering damage. The damage is the secondary to an aggression of any kind. Intensity is the strength of an impact. Vulnerability is the susceptibility to damage as a result of a specific aggression. So that same phenomena causing different results. Resilience is the mechanism to avoid impacts or absorb them. Mitigation is the attenuation of a possible consequence. Impact is the result of the action of an external agent on a system generating chance according to its vulnerability. And recovery is the reorganization capacity. Well, this is a classic picture. The damage caused by it will depend on the intensity of the impact and the vulnerability of the community, where it will still depend on the needs and the resource available. This will be made clear below, where we will compare Haiti earthquake with the Chile in 2010. Well, Haiti is an island in the Caribbean that borders the Dominican Republic. In January 2010, it was hit by an earthquake of 10.0 on the Richter scale. Its epicenter was close to Porto Príncipe and quite superficial. 70% of the city was destroyed, 1/3 of the affected population. 1,200,000 people lost their homes and about 225,000 deaths and 869 missing people. Listen, it's too much people. 225,000 people, it's a lot. Wow. 4,000 to 5,000 mutilated people, 310,000 injured. And before the earthquake, 8% of the population was living below the poverty level and 54% in destitution. After the earthquake, 71% in extreme poverty. Well, let's see a video about Haiti and we can talk about that. So the tents. It's a horizontal field hospital. Look the tents like a hole. Look, it's like a floor in a hospital, and each tent and a ward, okay, with 3 or 4 patients each tent. Look the wall. That's our emergency room. Here the pharmacy. Our nurse preparing medication. Here the lab. Look, we brought that. That's some orthosis. Removing the cast. It was common to the same patient, 2 important lesions. Our recreative activity with the children here. Lots of meetings. Integration of the people. That's the last day of class they had, the day of the earthquake. Oh, come on. Here's near the border. Look the border. What a messy. Look at that. Across the border by foot, you know. Really dry place. It's interesting because Dominican Republic is not so dry. Here's Porto Príncipe. Look, the people, how was they living? Lots of people live in tents. Look at these destructions. This is typical informal business, the tents and the destruction. Look the government palace. Just in front of it. Look, this is medicines they are selling. Look, tramal, everything you need. The Brazilian Peace Force of ONU. I like this flag on Ecuador. Okay, let's go on. Well, let's see. Let's see what happened in Chile in 2010, the same year. Look, Chile is a very narrow country and subject to many earthquakes. Therefore, it's very common for the epicenter to be in the sea. And after the earthquake, it's common for a tsunami to happen. So in 2010, on February 27th, an earthquake of 8.8 occurred on Richter scale, stronger than that on Haiti, okay? We had 1,505,000 damaged homes, 500,000 destroyed, 1,000 ships destroyed, 20 bridges destroyed, around 1,000 colleges destroyed, 2 million victims, and 342 people dead. Look, it's stronger than Haiti earthquake. In Haiti, we have around 250,000 people have died. And here, a stronger earthquake, we just have 342. Why? What happened? So look this picture, it's really common to see the ship just inside the country, like maybe far from the beach, the ship was there. It's really common. You see here in this video. Well, I just need to say that in Chile, waves was registered around 10 meters. 10 meters were recorded. And I even saw a container 6 kilometers far from the beach. So can you imagine 6 kilometers, I found a container far from the beach. It was really strong earthquake. And the tsunami was incredible. So let's see this video and let's compare what happened with Haiti and Chile.
Descalzo en el mar, tendrá vendrá a buscar su ciudad. Un niño descalzo en el mar. La lluvia vendrá. Y aquí está, con sus alas de luz. Y aquí está, reclamando su voz. Un niño descalzo de cristal vendrá a buscar su lugar. Y aquí está, con sus alas de luz. Y aquí está, reclamando su voz. De la bruma de los barcos se dejará mirar otra vez. Con sus ojitos mojados vendrá a tocarte el pecho otra vez.
Look, the ship, as I said, look, this bridge. Well, the concept I would like to leave you this is that in Haiti, perhaps, even today, the people will continue to live in tents. In Chile, after 3 months of the earthquake, there were no more homeless people. They already lived in wooden huts, a very common glade in the region. In other words, Chileans are extremely resilient and Haitians and extremely vulnerable people. So that's the concept I would like to leave you in this class, because look, after 3 months, they are already living this place. Maybe Haitian people are still living in tents, okay? So let's change the subject. Humanitarian interventions can be humanitarian aid or international cooperation. International cooperation to development, okay? It occurs through technological transfer where you will provide technical support to local professionals. Well, in general, it occurs between countries with a historical and geographical relationship. It's a direct cooperation that can take place in education, health, in the social and infrastructure aspects, like roads, for instance. And you need to know the local needs through direct contact, and what you offer must be within their needs. So you need to contact to see what they really need. You don't need to bring them what you want, but you need to bring them what they need, okay? And the biggest problem is the financing, okay? Well, in 2016, we left Sevilla, it's here in the south of Spain. We crossed the Gibraltar Strait and then went into Tantan. Well, it's like a convoy, okay? So I had the opportunity to participate on it in a cavern of friendship and international cooperation organized by SAMU Foundation and an emergency school. And that left Seville in a convoy, as I said, to Tantan in Morocco, with the aim of strengthening the knowledge of local health professionals. Well, our team had 6 doctors, 3 nurses, and 5 technicians. We divided the team into the clinical and surgical areas. The clinicians performed theoretical and practical training activities. The focus was a clinical emergency, so we held shock classes, acute coronary syndrome, pneumothorax, strokes, polytrauma, burns, and intoxication. Practical activities were basically intermediate and advanced life support and mass casualty events. The seat had received a tower of endoscopic surgery. So they could do laparoscopic and arthroscopy. So they wanted someone to help them to perform such surgeries. So when we did our team, we included in team a gastrosurgeon capable of performing a laparoscopic surgery. Actually, we carry out theoretical activities regarding techniques and indications for laparoscopy and arthroscopy as well. And I invited my colleague, Alan, here from Brazil, and he came then from Brazil to Seville, and we went together with, he came with us in this caravan, okay? Well, he performed an open cholecystectomy and another by video, laparoscopy. So it was really interesting. Look, he's doing the laparoscopy. And here we're on the class teaching them, and we received these clothes from them. It was quite funny. Well, in the middle of our mission, a somewhat bizarre event occurred. A guy was taking care of camels in the desert, and a camel ran away. He ran after the camel and suddenly stepped in a landmine. Can you believe that? His foot exploded. Look at that. Well, he took off his shirt and wrapped it around his foot and went to the road to ask for help. After 6 hours of waiting, he managed to get someone to take him to the nearest city. Unfortunately, there was no orthopedics in the city and he was referred to Tantan. The local orthopedist, when faced with this case, and he called me to help him to perform the procedure. Well, the Alex amputation was inevitable. We performed and cleaning and debridement of the devitalized tissue and closing and covering skin, okay? The final result, let's say, after a month, I received this picture. And look, it's not bad. There's no infection and it looks functional. So the aspects are, it's adequate, okay? I consider a good result in the scenario found, having operated the case almost 24 hours after the injury, okay? So that's something that it's really interesting, and I keep in touch with Hamal, this orthopedic guy, and it was a pleasure to meet them here and have done the procedure together. And well, that's something that happens in your missions. Well, let's talk about complex humanitarian emergency, okay? This is really a complex situation, and usually the conflict and violence with lots of life, displacement of people and damage to society in this infrastructure and economic, okay? Well, the cause is multifaceted and dynamic, including political, environmental, and economic instability. They are usually prolonged. The delivery of humanitarian aid is complicated by political and military restriction with the secondary risk for workers. Most victims are civilians and highest mortality occurs in vulnerable and unprotected population. Well, serious problem has been going since 1962 when a state of emergency was declared. They had an Islamic insurgency in 1982 and the Bashar al-Assad government since 2000 with economic downturn and 25% unemployment. From 1963 to 2011, it became a state of exception. In 2011, the conflict worsened between the population and government force with deaths and arrests. There were rival civil groups, Shiites and Sunnis. In addition, we had the rise of Islamic State in 2013 and the Caliphate in 2014. So you have two rival civil groups, the government force and the Islamic State fighting inside the same country. You got a humanitarian crisis. Well, we had more than 5,000 deaths, more than 50% of which were civilians, 130,000 people imprisoned by the government, more than 5.6 million refugees, more than 6 million internally displaced people, more than 30 million people in need of humanitarian aid, waves of migration to Europe, Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan, 548 hospitals attacked. So can you imagine what people are doing in this boat, man? Can you imagine? And look, here you have the rich people, because a place in this boat, it costs like $1,000. So if you have $1,000 or $2,000, if you have a family with you, the father, mother, and 3 children, you have like $10,000 to come in this place, so not really secure. Can you imagine how difficult it is? So it happens, and a lot. So, and here you have what we call human wave. So lots of people walk within a country protected by the police, and they need to cross another country and they have lots of needs. Well, that's the reality. Well, we have here the map of the region with the Jordan here and Syria is here. So Jordan is southern than Syria, okay? The Zaatari camp, the Zaatari refugee camp is the second largest camp in the world with 80,000 people living inside of it. It's in Jordan, 30 kilometers southern from the border, and it was opened in 2012, and it is a permanent settlement. I don't think it will finish this place, you know, they will not close it anymore. Well, there's a main street called Champs-Élysées. They have trade markets. Wow, it's a really difficult situation. So they sell clothes and cafeterias. The main problems are lack of food and better accommodation. Other problems are prostitution and drugs. And usually people here support the rebels in Syria. There's a documentary called Silent Neighbor. It's quite interesting, and it passed in Zaatari camp, okay? Well, this is Champs-Élysées, the main street here, and you have all the markets here. Look what happened there. And you also have schools, mosque, health center. Some people were born there and they can't leave the camps, so people just know the reality of life inside the camp. Maybe it's not worse for them to know what happens abroad, so they think this is the normal situation of life for everybody. So actually it's really sad. So I'd like to show you the refugee house. I will just close here because it doesn't go from here. So let's see, how can I do it? Okay. So this is the house. You have a room here. There were some people sleeping, a kind of kitchen. And it's like two containers together, So there's another room there, and where they live.
Aqui tem o cômodo. Aqui tem as camas, eles dormem no chão.
Actually, in this mission, my ex-wife was with me, and she left the health center. She was invited by a refugee to have a coffee with them. So she asked to record the house. I think it's really interesting.
E aqui tem o tipo terraço deles.
I think it's interesting to know how they live inside the field. So actually it's sad, but it's reality, and we need to know the reality of the things. So let's go on. Well, this is the medical center. And you have the idea of entrance of the medical center.
Should we go?
On the first day, you can't imagine when I just enter here, everybody comes to me, so it was incredible. I didn't know what to do. Everybody come, please help me. This day was a bit more organized, so you can see the people inside. So, well, so here what it was going. We have always a translator with us in the when you are in your office, because I don't speak Arabic. So this guy could talk to them and talk to me. Usually they are a medicine student. And wow, look, the people, they are so glad. Child with deformity on the foot. So this girl, my ex-wife, loved her, and she lost her parents, and she would like, oh, let's bring her with us. No, come on, it's not allowed, okay? This is her grandfather, and she was really cute. And look, Anna taking care of baby. She's a nurse actually, and she worked a lot as well. Here are the people of the mission. So I'd like to talk about Khaled. Well, Khaled was a 25 years old guy. 3 years ago in Homs, he was hit by a missile. She had done 12 surgeries in his body. He did the reconstruction of gastrointestinal tract. She had a severe left arm injury. He lost lots of muscular mass, got an osteomyelitis of the proximal humerus, and he had the bilateral amputation of his legs, okay? The current condition was that the loss of muscular mass, sequela of osteomyelitis of left humerus, inability to rise or abduct the upper left limb. So he had the preservation of the motor and sensitive function of left arm, forearm, wrist, and hand. But Handicap International didn't offer him prosthesis because he couldn't stand up with crutches. So I was comfortable about that, because considering the loss of muscle, he had sufficient bone structure on the left humerus. The preservation of the motricity and sensibility was important in the left limb. Well, he had functional elbow, wrist, and hand. So I did this draw. And when I came back to Brazil, I looked for a company to develop an orthesis, and we did. So the first one wasn't so good, was this way. So we adapted with this part of the Velpo, this usual orthesis for shoulder lesions. So we adapted that, and it was quite good. So we sent it to him, because the idea was to have this orthesis and use the crutches like this, like a Canadian crutches, not the other one. So this prototype and crutches arrived in his hand, called put on and adjusted in his body. Unfortunately, international HAMCAP didn't consider him eligible to receive prosthesis. Anyway, I was still thinking about him. Well, actually, it was between 2018 and 19, and last year, I realized that this January I could go to Zatari camp again. So as I heard that Khaled would not receive the prosthesis, I went to the hospital, Hospital das Clínicas, in the orthopedic sector. We have a prosthesis production workshop. So I learned how to make the mold. So I went there and I make the mold and prepared to do it on the next visit to Zatari camp. So in January, I was seeing my patient in Zatari camp, and I received information that Khaled was waiting outside my office. So I told the translator that I was waiting. I would like to see him, and he would be the next patient to look for, okay? So when the patient left my office, I went outside to look for a patient in a wheelchair. At the moment a new patient entered my office, I didn't find anybody in a wheelchair outside my office. And I went back and asked, man, where is Khaled? And he said, listen, Khaled has already entered in your office. And then I realized that Khaled was already walking. And well, you can't imagine what was that emotion when I saw that, you know. This is Khaled, and this is me in Zatari refugee camp. And it doesn't matter if I didn't do the mold and the prosthesis. What is the most important thing is that someone realized that we deserve it to receive, and it happened. So that's a really important thing that makes you feel really emotion when some kind of this happen, and I feel part of it, you know, so it's really important. So let's talk about the pandemic. Well, it's important to remember the difference between a sudden onset disaster and an epidemic, okay? In the sudden onset disaster, we have a large number of victims, and at first, you know, and then you have the complications of this trauma. In the third curve, this third curve represents the complications of the trauma. Okay, it was caused by the trauma, and the fourth curve, this curve, is the necessary accumulated elective care that was left untreated due to the disaster. So people with chronic disease, they just stop having treatment. So after a time, they started to come with lots of complications. So this is a sudden onset disaster, okay? In an epidemic, situation is different. The epidemic has been warning us since January that one day it will arrive here. So we have time to prepare during this period. If nothing is done, the behavior of the epidemic will be an exponential curve. Look at that, okay? So where a large number of people will follow at the same time, it collapses the public system, health system. So if nothing happens, if you don't do anything, lots of people get sick at the same time, and your public health system will collapse, okay? So this could lead to the collapse of the local health system. When we ask people to achieve social distance, we aim to ensure that not everybody will get sick at the same time. We know that there are needy people and communities that will not be able to achieve social distancing since they all live in the same environment, do not wear masks or even wash their hands because they have no money to buy products to do that. Therefore, they will probably be the first to be contaminated. We know that in the future, other groups will also be contaminated, but we want not all of them to be contaminated at the same time so that the health system will not collapse. It's known that other waves will come, but they will not be as sharp curves, okay? So it's important to understand that the mitigations will happen this way. I don't know what's happened here. So can you listen me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's try to share the screen again, okay? I don't know what happened, but let's see. Okay. So let's talk about the Pacaembu project, okay? Wow. In an epidemic, it's important to know what's happening. So it's important to understand the context on the strategy that will happen here, okay? So the opening of field hospital may be one of them, okay? In an epidemic, it's important to know what coping strategy will be, okay? So the field hospital may be one of them. However, this hospital should be inserted in a very clear and objective context. Therefore, it is important to understand that the greatest needs and pandemic caused by the coronavirus are beds for critically ill patients, considering that they remain intubated for long periods. Mitigation measures such as social distance, wearing masks, and hand hygiene are important to prevent the collapse of the health system, as I said. The general hospital will need to expand its critical patients' beds and remove low and medium complexity patients from its internal space. The field hospital is a provisional structure, so a newly built hospital in 7 days will not be able to offer all the care that critical patients need. So he should receive patients of medium and low complexity, remaining critical patients in the general hospital, where he will have the possibility of undergoing dialysis, catheteries, and everything that will the general hospital provide if necessary, as the structure is already complex and was built for that. So that's an important concept that you need to understand. A field hospital that was constructed, that was built in 17 days, it will never have the same capacity of a general hospital that was built for that, okay? So you have critical patients. These patients needs to be inside your general hospital. In your field hospital, you just bring the low and medium complexity patients, okay? That's an important concept that I want to be sure that you understand that. Another important point for the success of field hospital strategy is the strengthening of the primary care network, so that patients who leave the hospital has a place to continue his treatment, like a basic health unit, okay? So the construction of Peckyville Field Hospital took place in 17 days, as I said, from its conception to receiving its first patient. So on March 19th, the first meeting was held in the health department of the city. On March 20th, we had the first meeting with Progen, the company who built the physical structure of the hospital, okay? And on March 21st, we had the montage of the structure. And March 22nd, we went to the first visit to Pacaembu. And on April 1st, they delivered the physical structure for us, okay? We had 5 days to build the hospital, to put everything inside, the equipment, in some consumables and beds and everything. And we finished the hospital in April 5th. And on April 6th, we did the opening. So we received our first patient. So it was 17 days. It was so fast. It's incredible. Well, this is on our first visit here. Look, on March 21st, we had already these structures, just starting building that, okay? So this is the physical layout of the stadium. So here is the soccer field. So here we built the physical structure. Here you have the square Charles Miller, where the people use it to enter. So our staff come from there, came from there usually, and they come inside this area. At this area, we have here in the small stadium, we have the refectory. Here in the press place, we had our crisis room. And then you have all the place with the lockers for the male and female people, using the place where the teams goes for changing. So we put that for the people to change. So male and female here, okay? And here we had the tunnel to get the hospital, okay? So the structure was done for 200 beds, okay? So it was set up in wards of 10 wards of 20 beds, okay? So we have here 10 wards, and this one was the stabilization room, okay? So one basic unit like that, there was 20 beds, okay, at the same structure. Within 10 beds for each side, on the nursing post, and in front of the nursing post, you have the bathroom, where you had 4 latrines and 2 showers. Here we had, there was 2 supporting rooms too, in the beginning and in the end of the ward, okay? It could be used like a satellite pharmacy, purge, cleaning supplies, equipment room, medication preparation, wow. Depending on them, we share, okay? Well, the medical coordination, where we are in 5 people here. So I was the medical coordination, and Jimena and Henrique was here, okay? And we have our technical reference, Artur Codesso, he was our pneumologist, and Vinicius was our infectologist, okay? And we respect them a lot. So what they said was the law. So we didn't do any kind of interference between their conduct that was aligned with the hospital plan, okay? So we have, there was a regulatory physician that was doing like the reception of some patients and asking to leave some others, okay? We had the medical leader in the shifts, always a medical leader was present for standardization of the conducts. Usually he was an infection, pneumo, geriatrician, or clinician, okay? There was a medical stabilizer in the stabilization room who was a intensivist or anesthesiologist, and our general shift physicians. They could be pediatricians, dermatologists, and the different surgeons. They were part of this team too. So we have 9 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, 3 at night. Here are our structures. Here we have the entrance. Here our refectory. There was a decompression room, and here our pricing room. Here we got the scrubs to get our to get in the hostel. Okay. Here the crisis room again, the tunnel to go to get the field hospital. Here we had a virtual Catholic mass for patients. You used to do that like a data show here, showing the mass. Here you had the field hospital entrance. So we have here to get in and to get out from here. Here the ward, look our equipment for protection. We have glasses, masks, like a vent and everything. And here a motivational activity. We have these kind of things for our staff. So here we get the admission criteria for receiving patients by the regulatory physician. So we have some important criteria to receive patients. If they were not inside of this, we didn't accept the people because we didn't had a structure for like a colostomy bag to treat inside our ward. You know, people with like a tuberculosis, they couldn't come. So we had lots of criteria that wasn't possible to receive our patients. We have a really standardized flow to the people who enter our hostel with criteria if they go to the stabilization room or if they can go to the ward, and when the guy needs a catheter or if he needs a mask or if he needs to do orotracheal intubation. So there are always protocols for that. So we have lots of protocols like ventilatory support, antibiotics, scheduling protocols, hyperglycemia, delirium, bronchospasm, pain, palliative care, for risk, bronchospasm, bronchoaspiration. We have lots of routine exams to do, and it is important to say that we had 24 hours per day X-ray, 4 hours per day ultrasound, and tomography we had 12 hours a day. So we have a really hard discharge criteria, and people need to have absence of fever for 48 hours, a reduction of inflammatory markers, and saturation more than 93% in the last 48 hours, okay? Well, we had discharge guidelines for the patients, here the entrance, and this guy, he was our patient number 1000 that was discharged by our team. So we had a big party here, and it was a really happy moment for our job. Well, I'd like to show you some statistics that we had. So 49% of our patients were older than 60s, 22% between 50 and 60s, 22 from 40 to 50s, and 5 from 30 to 40s, and 2 from 18 to 30. We didn't receive people under 18, okay, because it would change a lot the characteristic, and people there couldn't have someone follow them, like the mother of a student could never be inside, okay. We had slightly more men than women between people who were interned, discharged, and even transferred as well. All our deceased people was male, okay? Well, we had around 1,500 people in our hospital. We had discharge around 1,200 people, and 300 people was transferred. Okay, we had 82% of people in hospital discharge and 18 transferred people. We had just 3 deceased people inside our hospital in these 3 months of work. The average length of stay was 5 days, okay? And we had some special case, and like 1 aortic dissection, 3 strokes, 1 debridged scar, 2 bacillus tuberculosis, 3 thoracentesis, 5 pulmonary thromboembolism, and some differential diagnosis COVID with 5 PCR with 3 deaths inside of camp. Well, actually, I had a película, a film to pass for you, but I think we don't have time for that. So I'll give the link for you to access this film, this video, and it's really interesting to understand what had happened inside our hospital. Okay. Well, that's it. What I had to talk to you, and thanks for the opportunity. And I hope you had enjoyed this class. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for participating and congratulating you for your job. You talked about several very delicate situations, and you've shown one of the most beautiful sides of medicine. It's not an easy feat, but it's a beautiful mission. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
And now I would like to get on to some questions that we received through the YouTube chat. The first one is how to volunteer for a humanitarian mission.
Well, we need to keep in touch with some NGOs or some kind of structure that has conditions to give you a really safe mission, you know. Because when you talk about missions, sometimes it's some scare, you know, mainly the first one. Because when you go for a mission, you don't know what's going to happen. So it's important to have a company who's doing the job with lots of responsibilities. So you need to look for, you know, the most structural NGOs to be part of it, and try to do your cadastro. You put your name or your data, and they will do maybe a kind of selection to be who is able or not to be part of a mission, okay? And one thing that it's important to do international missions is to have the capacity of talking foreigner language. And certainly you need to have the English at least. And if you have one or more language to speak, like Spanish, French, Arabic, we'll be able to be maybe selected more easier, okay?
Oh, perfect. And how do you keep your mental health facing all these destroyed countries and homeless people? Do you have any technique or activity that make you focus and stay strong?
Well, actually, I think it's important to have a kind of decompression during your mission. It means to have a partner to have a talk, to have people next to you to share your concept, your problems. So I think to talk with someone who is passing through the same positions it's a really important thing to do. And some missions you have a kind of psychological team to give support as well. So it's part of the job, and actually much more you are prepared to this kind of situation, I think less you suffer being there.
I guess maybe this is in the same line of thought. Do you have personal life in the mission, or are you focused on the job 100% of the time?
Excuse me, I didn't understand. My personal what?
Do you have personal life while on the mission, or do you focus on the job 100% of the time? For example, do you have weekends off or?
No, usually we just focus in the mission. Sometimes you have like an afternoon free, and it's important to have a kind of free time to just open your mind and relax a bit. It's important for that. But usually it's a hard job, and I like to be all the time focusing the patients, because what I think is that they need a lot of support, a lot of help. And if I have a little time to be there, I want to be the more I can, the best I can. So always I focus and pass like 12, 14 hours a day working a lot.
Yeah, I can see that. Which measures do you think are possible to minimize the number of casualties in a case of disaster?
Well, depend on the disaster. Well, disaster is so huge, no? So I think depend on the disaster to minimize the number of fatalities. But what will always be the best thing to do is prepare your team. So it's something that in Brazil we don't have a lot. So the preparedness, it's not something that everybody does, everybody support. So what I'd like to show the people and to find people to help me to do that is to try to prepare, but you have preparing people during all the year. Like you have different teams in your teams. Like what I mean is that if I want a team with 10 people, I need to prepare 40 people for that, because when a disaster happens, maybe it's not all of them that can go to the disaster response. So we need to have maybe 3 times or 4 times the number of people that you need to have in a mission. So during the year, I'd like to prepare all of these teams to be ready if a disaster happens, to have a huge team for the response. So what could be the best thing to reduce the number of fatalities is to have a really team prepared to do the right response.
I see. And when interacting with other physicians from other countries, what gets most in the way, the language or the difference in culture?
Well, I think the language makes some kind of barriers, but what happens is that when you are in a mission, it's a kind of partnership, you know. So everybody wants to help everybody, and you have a kind of network that you do, and it's incredible. It's fantastic, and people just keep in touch all over the years together. And it's really nice to meet people that love to do the same that you love. So it's really respectful, and people really love to meet one each other and spend the time talking about what have you done, where have you been. So usually we have a really good relation with all the teams that are part of the missions.
Yeah, we have one more question, kind of about the same thing. Is there any prejudice between countries in the teams of response?
Could you repeat, please?
Is there any prejudice between countries? When, for example, an European country might look at an African country, diminishing it in a response team?
No, I don't think so. I think during the mission, everything goes okay. We don't have this kind of problem, and I have never saw that.
Okay, and how to deal with cultural and social differences, considering the help and team needed to establish a trust relationship to give proper care to the population?
Well, it's really it's something that you need to accept. You know, if you are in abroad, you need to understand that the culture that they have, you need to assimilate that. You need to understand that. Okay. Actually, I have 2 interesting situations that happened with me when I was in Haiti. Well, as you saw in the beginning, I'm a I do acupuncture as well. So when I go to a mission, I bring my needles with me, okay? So in Haiti, they had the voodoo culture, but it came from the past. And nowadays, they are changed it to Protestant. So voodoo nowadays in Haiti, it's not so, they don't have a good looking for that. So when I arrived there and I had my needles and there was some people really painful, I would like to use my needles to relieve their pain. But when you bring a needle to someone who have the voodoo culture, but someone couldn't accept that, it could be a challenge, you know. So before doing the acupuncture procedure, I always ask the people, listen, this is a needle because this is a kind of procedure called acupuncture. And I'd like to know if you allow me to use the needle to relieve your pain. So it's important to have this idea that you need to respect their culture and they need to allow you to do that. Another situation that had happened with me, it was in Jordan because people use the burqa and everything. And wow, it's not usual for us to be in front of someone, taking care of them, and they are with that kind of clothes. It's not common for us, but you need to look at like it was normal. Besides, it's not for you, you know. And you looked at, okay, and there was a woman with the burqa and, oh, I have a knee pain. Okay, I need to see your knee. Okay, and she lied down. So when she raised the burqa, I was thinking that I could see her knee, but there was a leg under the burqa, you know. So you couldn't say, oh, please, I need to see your knee. And you just examine the leg, the knee, under the, you know, you can't see the leg. So no problem, let's do this way and go on, no problem. So you need to respect their culture and understand that you never see her skin. You never see her knee, and you examine the best you can. And that same place happened a different kind of things, that there was a girl, she was like 13, 14 years old, and she has a pain here, and it could be like a zoster herpetic lesion, you know. And I said, listen, I need to see the skin. And they say, how? No, it's true, I need to see the skin because if you have some lesions there, maybe it's zoster or not. So I need to see that. And it was a mess, you know, the father, oh, you need to go out. And the technician that was working with me, you need to go out too. The translator, you need to go out. And the father left the room as well. And just the mother and the girl stayed with me. And then they just raised the shirt and I saw, okay, that's no zoster, and please come on, everybody. And everybody came back again. And it was quite funny, but it's, you know, interesting things that you pass in this kind of situations.
You gotta dance with the music, right?
That's right.
So I think our time is up. I would like to thank you very much. And again, congratulate you for your job. You are a wonderful person, and I'm really glad that you accepted this speech with us.
Well, it was my pleasure to be here, and thanks for the invitation, and great job you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have a short break of 5 minutes only, and then we'll start with Bruno Lima, who's actually already in the live for our next speech. So we'll be right back. And so we're back. I would like to ask you guys to pay attention to the description of the video because we have the formulations of presence for the certification. And now we're going to our second speech of today. I would like to introduce Dr. Bruno Lima, who is medical graduated from University Federal do Ceará, PhD in pharmacology from University Federal do Ceará also, has a medical residency in internal medicine at University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, and currently doing a cardio fellowship in Emory University, sorry. Bruno, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure of being invited for this event. I think it's a great initiative, done by your medical school, to have a medical conference that is done in English, so you guys can practice the language, because it's in medicine, English is universal. So let me see if I can share my screen. See here. Okay, can everyone, okay, is everything okay there? Is everyone seeing my screen now? Okay, good, perfect. Okay, so I prepared this quick presentation talking about my path on becoming a doctor here in the United States. And I have no disclosures, I'm just a cardiology fellow. And I would like to start with this quote by William Shakespeare. He said that all the world is a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. Meaning that we have two kinds of reality in the world. We have subjective reality and objective reality. Here, today, I'm gonna try to mix a little bit of both and tell how was the process of becoming a doctor here in the United States, from my perspective. And in order to understand that, in order to understand my motivations, it's important for you guys, to understand what was being like, growing in the 90s, in Brazil. Back in the 90s, many things happening here in the United States. The World Cup in '94, I was really young, but I vividly remember that. The Atlanta Olympics in 1996, all of the movies, all of the Hollywood movies, music, with Michael Jackson. I feel like Slash, playing for the Guns N' Roses. I'm a big rock fan. Sports, with Michael Jordan, also like a huge inspiration to me. Just as like what was happening in the world, with technology. And Bill Gates was nowadays it's Jeff Bezos, but Bill Gates was back in the 90s, the richest man in the world. Everybody talked about Microsoft, which was, and in the 90s, it was like the decade in which we saw, at least in Brazil, the computers becoming really popular. Everybody, had a computer, or was buying like a computer, starting like in 1995 or so. So the United States was like in the center of the world. Like right now, this role is being changed. It has changed a little bit. We have other players right now. We have China. You have the European Union. But back in the 90s, there was no competition for the U.S. So I was influenced, hugely by, the culture here, and that was natural, to me, like, that I wanted to come here, to the United States. Other than that, I had role models that really influenced me. So this is Miguel Leal. So he's currently the program director of the cardiology program at the University of Wisconsin. He's also from Fortaleza. He was my chemistry teacher. He taught chemistry while he was a med student, at the Federal University of Ceará. And he was my chemistry teacher. I was part of the we did like, the chemistry Olympics, so I was part of the group, that studied for, the Brazilian chemistry, Olympics, and, was one of the finalists, for the group that was trying to select 4 out of 15, people, from, Brazil, to represent Brazil at the International Chemistry Olympics in the Netherlands, back in 2002, 2003, if I'm not mistaken. So Miguel was the first guy that I saw that I followed closely, that finished med school in Brazil and then, came here, for residency. So through him, I saw that it was possible, although he was like a really accomplished guy, and but then my path actually began in 2004 when I started med school in Fortaleza. And I would love, to walk around, go to the library, and there's a bunch of old books there. Among the old books that I saw, there's like, this first edition of First Aid from 1908. And by skimming through this book, that was the first time that I saw how the process actually worked. And it's really important for you to understand this pathway, because the pathway is different depending upon where you're starting from. So if you're like an American medical graduate, meaning that, you finish high school here, you start college here, usually they do some kind of pre-medicine course that, includes some, some disciplines in organic chemistry and biology and stuff like that. It usually takes 4 years. In Brazil, it'll be equivalent of a bachelor's degree in biology, So after 4 years, they take an MCAT exam, and depending upon, some letters of recommendations that they have, depending upon their scores on the MCAT test and, their placement in their school, they apply, for med school, and if you're successful, they get into this 4-year program. So here, in contrast to Brazil, or in most schools around the world, in which med school lasts about 6 years, here it's about like an 8-year track, okay? Because the first 4 years, it'll be in college, and afterwards, we have like 4 years of med school, and 4 years of med school here, they are divided into, the first 2 years, they are preclinical. You see like, some basic sciences like we see there in Brazil, like physiology, anatomy, pathology. And during the last 2 years, it'll be like, equivalent of the Brazilian internato. People mistakenly translate, internato in Brazil as internship here. However, these are completely different things. Internship here, it's the way that the first year of residency is referred to, okay? So the last 2 years of med school, the equivalent of the Brazilian internato would be what they call the clerkships, okay? And so basically after they finish 4 years of med school here, they apply for residency, and residency here lasts, something between like 3 to 7 years. It depends upon the specialty, just like in Brazil. For instance, for internal medicine, which would be the equivalent of clínica médica in Brazil, it'll be 3 years here, which is a year longer compared to Brazil, in which it's usually done in 2 years. Like surgery in Brazil, I think it takes like 2 years. I believe here it takes 5 years, general surgery. So the depending upon the specialty you're doing, the duration changes substantially. Okay, but we have an advantage here. So we have like we basically finish med school in 6 years, and then we can get straight directly, into the residency path. Okay, we don't need to do any extra courses or anything. We just need to make sure that we pass through all of the boards, and I'm talking in a bit, and make sure that we have this, what would be like, the equivalent of the American diploma. It's called the ECFMG certificate. ECFMG stands for Educational Commission for Foreign Medical Graduates. And basically, for us to get this kind of certificate, which will be the substitute of our medical diploma here, we need to pass all of the boards. And there are, 3 boards. First one is called the USMLE Step 1. Then we have the USMLE Step 2, and we have 2 USMLE Step 2s. We have Step 2 CK. CK stands for Clinical Knowledge. And it's basically a multiple choice, test that I'm going to talk in detail later. And then we have the Step 2 CS. CS stands for Clinical Skills, which is a test in which you come here to the United States. There was like 5 or 6, different centers, including one here in Atlanta where I live. And they have actors, and you need to interview, 15 of these patient actors, and they evaluate you. And I'll talk in details later, about these tests. But this is just, so you understand, what's the path for you to get this ECFMG certificate. So with that in hand, you'll be allowed, to apply, for residency here, and will be eligible, to, become a fully licensed, doctor here. However, it works a little differently, from Brazil, because in Brazil, the way that you guys are accustomed is that after you finish 6 years of med school, you can practice, and you don't need to pass any tests or anything. You just need to complete 6 years of med school, and this is different here, okay? Even for the American medical graduates, after they finish med school here, they cannot practice unless they have finished residency in some kind of specialty, and after they pass the boards, okay? So they need to be at least board eligible. And in order to be board eligible to practice, you need to finish at least 3 years of residency in something, which is the shorter duration, that you will find, okay? So I hope this is clear. So during the process, during med school, I had another role model. So Antonio Forte, he was a senior med student, at Federal University of Ceará, and he was trying to apply for plastic surgery, which is extremely competitive. And during his year, there were, I believe, a total of 250 spots. And among these, there's just 2 international medical graduates who matched for plastic surgery. And he was one of those 2. And he matched at Yale. Currently, he's plastic surgery at the Mayo Clinic, Jacksonville. Extremely accomplished guy, and I had him as both as a role model and as a mentor in the process. So he told me how to study, what he did, to study. He got, really good scores, and I basically, followed his path. I basically, had him as a model, to follow my path. Okay. And at that time, I was, when I met him, I was I was a 2nd to 3rd year, med student. I had this dream of going, to Johns Hopkins. At that time, there were a couple of movies that were released. One, I think the name was Something the Lord Made, that was, telling the history of the first heart operation that happened over there. And I always, had this dream of going, to Johns Hopkins, and which is the best hospital here in the United States, along with the Mayo Clinic. And so I started my path, here by, first sending emails, to different attendings. And one of these attendings was Dr. Roy Zilgestein. So we at Johns Hopkins, they had, and they still have, this program here in which you can, if you're approved, by an attending, if you're accepted by an attending, you can spend up to 3 months, during a summer here, doing some research. In my case, I came, during the winter time. It was, from the end of December of 2007 through the, through early March in 2008. Okay. And I spent some time, with this guy named Roy Zilgesing. He's currently devising for education there. He's one of my, he was one of my main, mentors during the process. And he's still, one of my mentors today. He's a cardiologist, there, and he's really high up. And with him, after working 3 months with him during the winter of 2007 to 2008, I was able to have my first publications. This is the very first publication that I have, which was a systematic review at JAMA. And this paper became a classic. Right now it had over 500 citations. And it's, I was really, really fortunate, to be part of this group. And if you guys notice here, there's my name. My name was the only one that didn't have any letters afterwards. I was just a med student, here. Everybody, in the group, had some letters over there, had MDs, PhDs, and PhDs, all of that. I was the only medical student, in this group. And I was really, really fortunate, to be part of be one of the co-authors, of this really, important paper. It became kind of a landmark paper, in depression and cardiovascular disease, which is still, some of the main themes of the kind of research that I do today. So this experience that I had over there, it was life-changing to me. Basically, confirmed my dream of, coming to the United States, when I went there and when I spent, those 3 months, at Hopkins, I felt like at home, so for me, there was no question about, my dream of, coming here. So I just, had to strive, to get some, clinical experience, which is really, really important. And there's 3 types of clinical experiences that you can come and have here. During med school, you're allowed to do what you call either electives, clinical electives, or a sub-internship. They're pretty much almost the same as well. The difference is that, in sub-internships or act-internships, as the name implies, you act as an intern, you act as a first-year resident, okay? Pretty hands-on, you work just as much as a resident here, 80 hours a week. It's crazy times, but it's an amazing learning experience. You get to take care of 3-4 different patients at a time. So it's a really, really good experience. Okay. For the medical electives, it's usually more specialized. For the electives. Well, while sub-internships, you can do in core disciplines like medicine or surgery. Electives, usually you do a month elective in renal medicine or nephrology, or a month in cardiology, in which you're basically in a consult service, or you are in an outpatient service. But again, you have lots of hands-on experience. Usually, you're not on call during electives. And during sub-internships, you're on call at least once every week or something like that. So you have to spend the night in the hospital. And lastly, observerships. So observerships, if you finish med school in Brazil, and if you're a doctor, you're kind of in a limbo. You cannot come here to do any of these, hands-on electives or sub-Is. The only alternative, for you in terms of clinical experience would be to come here to a hospital and shadow some doctor. You're not allowed to touch the patient or interacting with the patient directly, okay? But you can interact with the team, So even so, it's not as hands-on experience, compared to the other ones that I've mentioned. People manage, to get letters of recommendations, from observerships by demonstrating, professionalism, by, arriving early. And sometimes, people can, give talks, to the team, about some specific topics. And, so most people who come to the United States, who match And if they are like, foreign medical graduates, I mean, they don't have hands-on experience here. Most of them actually, they just have, observerships and you do okay. Although it blunts your opportunity, to match in better, academic programs. Usually if you just have like, observerships in your resume, usually you're not going to be competitive for university programs. I mean, you'd be like, more competitive for community programs. Okay. So talking about like, these rotations, I believe, this is what you guys need to know. However, if you're interested in that, what do you guys need? So, in this yellow box, that I have here, I listed, what's usually required, for, I'm talking here specifically about the sub-Is and the electives, So for the sub-Is and electives, first they need to ascertain that that your English level, is sufficient, for you to come here and talk to the patients. And they do that by having you to pass a standard test. Usually the TOEFL was the most, I mean, like it's well, TOEFL is ubiquitous, I believe almost all of them, not all, but maybe like almost all of them, they require you to have passed, the TOEFL and have like a minimum, score there. Usually the TOEFL scoring system ranges from like, 0 to 120. And they usually require you, to have at least a score above, 95 out of 120. And especially, the speaking session, each session has up to like, 30 points at max. And during the speaking session, they usually require you to have above 25 out of 30. Step one, most programs nowadays, they require you to have, a step one score. I mean, at least have passed, step one. In terms of visa, usually you come here on a tourist, like B1, B2 visa. It's the same visa that people come here to, visit Disney World, So it's a tourist visa, and it's perfectly fine, with these, electives. You can spend up to 6 months here, with a tourist visa. There's also like an application fee most of the times, like, something that ranges from like $50 to like, $150. Tuition, some places have it, like, Harvard, they have like a tuition fee that currently, I think it's about like $5,000, a month. So it's really expensive. Some other places they don't. If you go to the Mayo Clinic or the Cleveland Clinic, they don't have like a tuition fee, or if they do, it's something that is not as expensive as Harvard, for instance. Also, they want a resume and some letter of good standing from your, from the director of your med school. Okay. This is, the Harvard, exchange clerkship program. I mean, if you type this on Google, you can basically access this website and see what would be like, the requirements. But, it's pretty much, the same, that I put on the last slide. Mayo Clinic's the same. If you just put like visiting medical student clerkship and then this on Google, and then followed by the institution you like to do a rotation here, like Emory or Yale or Harvard or Cornell or whatever. Just put there, and usually it'll take you to like a website in which it's self-explanatory. They have like usually an application process, session, and they tell about their requirements. Okay, so that's a Cleveland Clinic. Basically, these are like the Harvard, Mayo, Cleveland, also Bimmersville Academy. I didn't put it here. The NIH, that's another one. So these are, I believe, the most popular places, for you to come here and do like these rotations. If you are able to manage to get a rotation in these places, if you're able to do a good job during the month, you are here, like presenting the patients and assuming the same responsibilities of the last year med student here. If you do a good job, you're gonna get a great letter of recommendation. This is along with your step 1, step 2 CK scores. these are just the most important things, that you're going to have for your application here, to be considered for residency. We have, at the University of Miami, among Brazilian students, they have the William J. Harrington programs. And even if you are, after you finish med school, if you're a doctor already, you can come here to Jackson Memorial Hospital, which is a great hospital, and have some, array rotations here. Okay, so that's like another program that you guys should look it up if you're trying to look it up, for rotations here. Okay, these are like some of the places that I went. So I spent 6 months during the final year of med school. During array rotations here, I was able to go back to Johns Hopkins. I spent like a month and a half in the coronary ICU there. Went to the Mayo Clinic, went to UPMC where I did my residency, went to Memorial Sloan Kettering, and also the Brigham Women's Hospital in Harvard, where I'm coming back, for my for my imaging fellowship. Okay, so this is a picture with Dr. Eugene Braunwald, that I had the chance, to spend a month, in his service back in 2009. I mean, he's like, stepping out. He's really old. At that time, he was already old, but now, I mean, he's almost 90, I believe. But he's a legend, especially in cardiology. His book, Heart Disease, is one of the Bibles of cardiology. And I had this opportunity of spending a month, in close relationship, with him, and routing on patients. And it was really central, for me to took the path that I ended up, taking to become a cardiologist. And so I finished med school back in 2010, okay? That's when I started my PhD in pharmacology. I spent some time, I chose like a combined MD PhD program at UFC. However, I spent some time at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and also sometimes at the University of Virginia, doing some, experiments over there. And during that time, that's when I did, my, that's where I took, the boards. Okay. I had the luxury that back in 2009, some of, these programs that I rotated through, like Mayo Clinic and Hopkins, they didn't require, USMLE step 1, for you to be eligible, to apply. I was able to rotate, through these programs, without having a USMLE, step 1. I just, took that during my PhD. However, that's not the case anymore. So if you're planning to come here to the United States, you should plan to take your step 1, during your right in your fourth year, between like fourth and fifth year, whenever you're like starting your your clerkships, there your internato in Brazil. So that I believe, it'll be like, the best period of time, for you guys to take your USMLE step 1. And talking about the test itself, it's a one-day test. It's pretty long, about 280 multiple choice questions, and they are divided in 7 blocks of 40 questions. Each block has 60 minutes. You have about like a 45-minute break actually it turns out to be like, 60-minute break, because there's like a 15-minute tutorial that, you can just skip it, so you have about like, 60-minute break. There's a clock in between, like, each block, you can pause it and use, that time, so you can go to the bathroom, you can have lunch or whatever, have a snack. And well, the total duration is 8 hours, okay? You can take this test in Brazil, in one of the programmatic centers that they have. They have in São Paulo, Brasilia, Recife, Rio. I think they have like, there's like one or other or 2 other ones, that I didn't list here. But I think that, these are like, the most seeked ones at least. They might have one or other, cities that I didn't list here. You can just, get to the programmatic website and check it out. For the clinical knowledge or step 2 CK, pretty similar to step 1. You can take in one of the parametric centers in Brazil, but it's longer. It lasts, instead of lasting 8 hours, it lasts 9 hours. You have 8 blocks instead of 7, up to like 320 multiple choice questions. Okay, fairly long test. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as step 1. The difference is that CK it basically covers the clinical years. It covers things like pediatrics, internal medicine, surgery. And step 1 covers basic sciences, anatomy, physiology, pharmacology. Step 1 is usually the deal breaker here, because most people in Brazil, they can do really well on CK. The way that we prepare for residency there, with Medicurso or Medicel, all of these kind of courses in Brazil, I mean, they're much more in depth, I would say, compared to the CK, USMLE CK, test. But step 1, that's like, the deal breaker, that's the deal breaker, because you have to go back, to your first couple of years of med school and remember, all of those basic, anatomy and biochemistry concepts that, especially in Brazil, I mean, we don't focus much, on this. Nobody cares about biochemistry. I mean, we only care about biochemistry during like, our first year of med school. After we pass this course, nobody cares about it anymore. So it's really hard, to go back. It's really humbling, to go back and find out that you don't know much, about genetics or biochemistry, and you have to master these in order to get a really competitive score. Okay, and talking about the scoring system here, this is like an old slide. That's from first aid. But usually, what we have here is we only have like the 3-digit score. Okay, and it ranges from something like 170 to like 260. Okay, the passing score, it kind of varies a little bit, but it's in the range of like 190, and 200, depending upon if it's like step 1 or CK. They have like different cutoffs. Okay, but the median usually it's something around like 220 and 230. Okay, so that's like the 50th percentile. Okay. And in order for you to be competitive, you need to score at least 1 or 2 standard deviations above the mean, which is here, it's something around like 240 would be like 1 standard deviation above. So that's why we tell that whenever you're studying for your USMLEs, you really need to strive, to get score above 240, 245, because most programs, they have, especially for foreign medical graduates, they use cutoffs that are as high as like 230 or 240, sometimes even like 250, depending upon the competitiveness of the program, in order to select for their candidates. Okay, and then about the step 2 CS, as I mentioned to you earlier, it's a patient encounter. We have it needs to be done here in the US. You cannot do this in Brazil. They only have, I think, like 6 or 5 or 6 or something like that prometric centers here. I know that they have Atlanta, Philadelphia, Chicago, LA, Houston, and there might be like others, but these are like the main ones. So you need to come here to one of these cities. You need to travel here, so it's more expensive. The test is more expensive. Each one of these tests costs about like $1,000. This one here costs about $2,000. Okay, this is just for the test, but then you need to pay your flight tickets. You need to pay hotel, for you to stay here. So it's kind of expensive. Okay, you will end up like spending about like $5,000 just for this test. And you will come here And it's an entire day. You have 15 cases. Okay, you have about 15 minutes to interview a patient, and then you have 10 minutes, to write down your findings, write a note, on them, and then you pass to the next one. There's a break, and they provide you, with food and everything. And afterwards, in the afternoon, you just, see like the remaining cases. It's like 15 cases total. It's a passive fail system, so you don't care about, your score, just care about passing. Okay. But that's, for me, it was the most stressful, task, because, especially for my case, especially because I was in my PhD, I was like a couple of years away from practicing, like here, having the practice, of the electives, that I had here. So I had to relearn, everything. So you need to be really careful, with this task, because since there's lots of, subjectivity, they evaluate your English level, they also evaluate your empathy, they evaluate your clinical knowledge, So you need to be really good at getting the history right, but also, providing empathy for the patient and examining the patient, according to the patient's symptoms, So you need to do like, a full neuro exam, and that's, you only have like 15 minutes, to do that, to get the history, provide empathy, and sometimes, do like a neuro exam, if it's a neurological case, So you need to be really, you need to practice a lot, okay? Because you need to be really efficient on this, because if you finish it, if the time is up after like 15 minutes, you lose lots of points if you're not able, to finalize your case, and you are at risk of failing the test. And I've seen many people who got amazing scores on step 1 and step 2 CK, who failed this test because they underestimated the importance of it. Okay, so don't underestimate, step 2 CS. And how do you study for that? So for step 1, usually you have this triad. That's usually, the triad that has been used for many years. You have, the first aid. So first aid, if you guys get this book, if you try to understand, you're not going to understand a thing, because first aid basically has lots of mnemonics, has lots of a very concise mnemonics and descriptions and pictures, for you to memorize. You need to study for the test. You need to practice, do lots of and thousands of practice questions, and use first aid along this path, so you can like picture by picture, mnemonic by mnemonic, you're going to memorize, all of first aid. Almost everything you need is in first aid. However, in order for you to understand first aid, it's a process, that takes sometimes up to 6 months, of preparation. Okay. So first aid, that's going to be your companion. Okay. You're going to be like studying for whatever you're studying, like biochemistry, and then, looking it up as soon as you're like, as you're studying, like biochemistry or pharmacology or whatever you're studying, you need to take notes, first aid, and try, to study along, with that. Usually there is lots of, video lectures online. Kaplan is probably one of the most popular ones. That's the one that I used. However, nowadays we have tendency of people using more and more Boards and Beyond, which is much cheaper and it's much more, concise and does the job, really well. So you can use either one of those, but it's important for you to stick with one. Okay, if you choose Boards and Beyond, don't look back, don't go back to Kaplan. Just finish that. Just finish those video lectures. And for pathology, you have what you call pathoma. And it's just amazing. I mean, I don't know how good was, pathology, during your, during your basic years, in your med school. But I mean, for me, I had, great pathology teachers, but even so, the way that we study, using like Robbins, we miss, the bird's eye view, of each system, many times, And that's like, something that, Patama gives you, for, each system, whenever he's like, discussing, pathology for like, the cardiovascular system, for, I mean, he gives you, the first, like, bird's eye view, and then he teach you how to get the questions right. Okay. So that's, I mean, Pathoma, that's something that you need, you must have. Okay. It's a must have. And then you can choose between like, Kaplan or Boards and Beyond. And you use like, those materials, to study. However, in order to practice, you need to use USMLE World, which is the most comprehensive question bank, for step one. So what you see here in this screen is just like a simple question here. And whenever you are like having, or, whenever you're like, taking the test, doing the real deal, it just feels like you're doing a USMLE World, question, bank. It's basically, it looks pretty much the same. It's really, amazing, what people at USMLE World, did, with their layout, because it's pretty much the same layout that they use for, the real deal. Okay. So after you have like, all of those tests, after you're done with all of these tests, you have your ECFMG certificate. Assuming that, you spend some time here in the United States, a few months, to, doing like some kind of, clinical rotations, you got your letters of recommendations. And then after you have all of that, now it's time for you to apply. Okay. And usually this is something that happens every year. Okay. Well, 2020, it's a pretty atypical year, but usually, it happens like, it starts like, in July. That's, when this website that is called My Eras opens up. And there, you can put everything that you need, for your application. So first you need a dean's letter or medical student performance evaluation, which is the letter that is signed by your dean, telling about you. It's basically a more comprehensive, letter of recommendation from your dean, telling your path, through med school, how you did and how you did compared to your peers, both during your preclinical years, during your clinical years, and all of that. Okay, so you need at least 3 letters of recommendations, maximum 4. I strongly recommend that you have at least like 3 letters from American not American, but doctors who practice here, in the setting here in the United States. The letters coming from Brazil or Brazilian doctors, I mean, these are not relevant, for the application here. What we want to read in the letter is not, well, of course, we want to know a little bit about, your personality and professionalism, all of that. But it's also, important, that these letters, contain some specific mentions about, you functioning as a 4th-year medical student here. And the only way that we can assess this is if you come here, to do some of those, electives or, hands-on, electives or subis, that I mentioned to you. Okay, have your medical school transcripts. Okay, it's just like, your grades and everything, in a transcript that is translated and signed by your university. Personal statements, that's also an important piece of your application. It's the piece in which we can basically get to know you a little better, besides, your publications or your, scores and all of that, that's, where you put some personal information. You tell about, your motivations of leaving Brazil, which is a wonderful country, coming here to the United States and all of that. Your CV, your scores, and that's pretty much it. That's all that you need, to apply, and you have everything, together, like, around July, August, and in September, usually September 15th, in usual years, this year, it was postponed to October. Usually September 15th, that's, when it opens up. And then you need to select the hospitals you would like to apply. Usually you need to apply to at least like 80 to like 100 hospitals if you're applying to, I mean, most specialties, or even more than that, because things are really competitive. And each hospital that you apply to, it has some kind of, has a fee. You pay about between like $25 to like $30, each hospital. So you can imagine if you're applying to 100 hospitals, that's like $3,000 just in applications. Most of these hospitals, they're just going to turn down your application. They're not going to even see it. So you're going to get lots of rejections. So you apply for all of these hospitals to, in the end, get about, like 15 interviews or something like that. And if you're lucky, if you're applying to more competitive specialties, like surgery, you might apply to like 200 hospitals and get 5 interviews. Okay. And the number of interviews is one of the single most important things, that you're going to have, because basically these are like, all of your options, you can only match in a place that you interview. So you need to get as much interviews, as you can, and 10 is usually the magic number. It's a safe number. If you have more than 10 interviews, fairly unlikely that you're not going to match. Okay, this is just a screenshot, of the MyEras page. That's where you put all of your information there. You fill all of these forms with your medical education, your experiences, your publications, and all of that. Okay. This is, what you're going to find, whenever you're applying in July. And then, the interview season begins, right? So you apply, like in July, August, September 15th and on, that's when you start like, getting interview invites. Okay. And after you have like, some like, 5, 10, 15 interviews or so, you need to schedule them. You need to come here again. Like this year during coronavirus, everything is upside down. This year they're gonna do like Skype interviews, or Zoom interviews. So for the people who are applying this year, at least that's the money that they're gonna save. They are not gonna have to spend that money like traveling across the United States to like these different programs, and that's something that is really costly. And it's a period of time that the interviews they happen during October, between like October and January here. Okay, and this is like an example of an invitation that you get. This is actually my a letter that I got when I was interviewed for Johns Hopkins for the residency program there. It was October 18th 2013. It was Brazilian Doctors Day. It was like the Physicians Day in Brazil. So it was I was really flattered by being considered for an interview there, and it was kind of a dream program. So after you get like a few letters of that, you have like an interview broker, select the day in which you want to go there and interview. After you're done interviewing in January, you need to basically put the programs you interview in. You need to rank them, okay, according to your preference, okay. And what the programs do, they do the same thing, with applicants. So after you have like this ranking list, of the programs that you want, and after the programs list the applicants that they want, software will basically cross both kind of lists, and you will end up in the place that well, you're basically going to end up in the place of your highest preference, that you are part of, that in which you are part of their ranking list. Like in this example here, we have like 5 different applicants, and like have this Anderson guy. He applied or he just ranked this city hospital here. Chan, he ranked like city at first, and then Mercy in second. Ford ranked City Hospital, General Hospital, and then Mercy. So, and this is how the three hospitals ranked their applicants, okay? In red, I mean, you can see the applicants that match. So for Mercy, they ranked Chen, first. So if you take a look, at Chen, so he ended up matching at his second option, okay? The first option, City, just ranked him as a third, okay? As a third, preference applicant, here. However, the first two, they ended up, matching here were, Eastman and Anderson, so he didn't match on his first option. So he ended up matching at his second option, that was, Mercy, okay? So this is just so you can understand how the matching process works. However, you have thousands of programs, have thousands and thousands of applicants. So you can imagine how this matching process is complex, but a computer does that, and it usually does a really good job. Okay, so going back to my path, okay, so I matched, at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. I was really fortunate, to interview at some of the best programs, as I mentioned to you. Went to Hopkins, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, UT Southwestern, UPMC, BU, Cornell. I mean, there's many programs that were top notch, that I was able to interview. However, for me, UPMC, offered me the whole package. They offer me H-1B visa, which is extremely important, if you want to stay here. Like other programs like Hopkins, they only offer J-1 visa, in which after you're done with your program, you have to come back to Brazil for at least 2 years if you want to come back, or you need to work in an underserved area for 3 to 4 years. And I didn't want that. Okay, so I ended up going to the program that was the best program that I had that offered H-1B visa. And I had a great time in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is beautiful, it's a gorgeous city, And UPMC, at the time that I worked there, it was consistently in the top 10 lists of best hospitals of the United States. US News released this list every year. And also it's a research powerhouse, so it's number 5 in research grants from the NIH. That's hospital, that's the Presbyterian Hospital. This is the main hospital. This is Dr. Bruce Roman. In the back, you can see the Cathedral of Learning, which is one of the University of Pittsburgh, buildings. And Dr. Roman, I mean, he was a great mentor, that I had there, during my time at UPMC. And, academic prowess, that was one of the major reasons, why I chose that program. And I was really, really happy there. You can see that all of these people that were at Pitt, okay? So Jonas Salk, the guy who invented the first polio vaccine, he developed there at the University of Pittsburgh. Niels Carl-Jern, the people that, if you see patients nowadays, using drugs like Remicade, drugs like etanercept, all of these drugs that are monoclonal antibodies, the concept of monoclonal antibodies, which was developed by Dr. Jern, who was an immunology professor at Pitt. Paul Lauterbur, he was the guy who came up with the MRI, machine, the medical MRI machine. Also, he's a Pitt graduate. Dr. Peter Zafar, so he was the creator of the critical care medicine program at Pitt, who's the top in the country. Peter Zafar was the guy who invented the ABCs of resuscitation, airways, breathing, all of that. He was the guy who came up with that back in the 40s or 50s or so. Dr. Thomas Stasio, he was a pioneer in liver transplants, so UPMC was the only hospital back in the 80s that were doing liver transplants, with Dr. Stasio. He also helped develop drugs like Prograf and cyclosporine, who are anti-rejection medicines, back in the 80s. So it was an amazing place, to train. And during that time, I mean, you have, depending upon your year, you have a salary, it usually, so this is the annual salary for first year, second year, third year, and so on. Your salary increases a little bit every year. For a first year resident, it's something around $60-something thousand a year. The take home salary each month is something for the first year resident, something around $3,500 or so. As you increase, in that level, as a fellow, you end up, having a higher salary that ranges from like 75 to like 85 or something like that, a year. And your take home is something around like 4,500 to 5,500, depending the year of fellowship you are. Okay, so after I finished those 3 years, I took my boards. So this is my board certification in internal medicine. It'll be equivalent to like the prova de título, in Portuguese. And it was after becoming like an internist, like a clínico geral. There's like many options, many opportunities here, and I keep getting like those opportunities in my mail. That's actually some of the opportunities that came to me during residency. You get like they usually they have like a base salary for you, and it ranges for like an internist for like a clínico geral. It usually ranges from like $250,000 a year to like $350,000 a year. Usually have like a sign-on bonus. They usually give you like $50,000, just for you to sign with them. And then you have like this base salary, and you can get a bonus on top of that. But this is just for like like an internal medicine doctor. For cardiology, the base salary is even higher. It's something within the range of like $450,000 to $550,000 a year. For non-invasive, for invasive, it's even higher. It's something around like $600,000 to $700,000 a year. So the prospects, like the financial prospects, here for whoever wants to come here is amazing. I mean, there's many people, like they call me all the time and offering jobs, for either like cardiology or internal medicine. I mean, there's no shortage of opportunities, for you to work here. Okay. So after that, after my my residency, I came to Emory, which is another legendary program, here in the United States, for cardiology. So it's a 4-year program. Usually cardiology ranges from 3 to 4 years. Emory specifically is 4 years because there's a year of research. And it's a legendary program. You see like Dr. John George Bachman, from the Bachman bundle. You might see, whenever you're studying like an anatomy. Dr. Andreas Gunzik, he's a legend. He's a legend, in cardiology. He was the guy who did the first balloon angioplasty. So nowadays, what we do for or the gold standard, treatment, for people who come, to the hospital with a myocardial infarction, what we do, we do a catheterization of these people, and then we put stents, and and all of this technique, which was originally developed here, at Emory, with Dr. Grunzig, so he came from Switzerland, and he got there was like $100 million grant, from the Coca-Cola company that is home based here in Atlanta, that was able to bring Dr. Grunzig here, and so he could, develop, the first clinical trial, on balloon angioplasty in patients that had myocardial infarction. And then we also had Dr. Willis Hurst, who unfortunately passed a couple of years ago. He's also a legend in cardiology. He has the other Bible. I show you the first Bible, Brownwood's heart disease. Also, we have another Bible, which is the heart, that is Dr. Hurst's book. Okay, and it's now edited by Dr. Valentin Furser. So we have like these giants that were able to build a reputation for Emory cardiology, right? And these are like our hospitals here. So we train at different hospitals. We have Emory University Hospitals that has about 650 beds, 120 ICU beds. Grady Memorial Hospital. So Grady is the county hospital. It's a hospital público. It's a public hospital here. It has almost 1,000 beds, more than like 200 ICU beds. The VA, which is the veteran hospital here. So we train at all of these different locations. I mean, each month we were like, at a different hospital, and each hospital has like, different like patient populations. So each rotation has like, different strengths depending upon, where you are. Also, Emory is just, right next to the CDC, so Emory is also really well known for infectious diseases. So right now with this coronavirus pandemic, the CDC is one of the institutions, that is basically, driving some of the research, in developing the vaccines of coronavirus. So the first patient that was cured by Ebola, it was cured here, at Emory back in 2014. So it's, Emory is like in the forefront, for both cardiology and also infectious diseases and many other, specialties. Okay. And during this time, that I had here, I was able to get, a Young Investigator Award, prizes because of the research that I published, both from the American Heart Association, that was the Samuel Levine Award, and also from the American College of Cardiology. So I was really fortunate, to be working, in a group that publishes a lot. And so I'm finished. I'm in my last year of fellowship. So after I finish this back next year, in June, I'm going to Harvard for my, last, part of my training, which is a cardiovascular imaging program. It's a 2-year cardiovascular imaging program. There, we train in different cardiac imaging modalities, including cardiac MRI, cardiac CTs, nuclear cardiology, like PET, SPECTs, and structural echoes. Okay. And it's just like, fulfilling a dream of going, to Harvard. And it's a great program. I'm basically going back, to the program where I started, during my clerkships, over there. And just, to finalize, my talk, and I really, want to make those points, here, because most of you, at this stage, I mean, you have optionality. I mean, you have like, different options, different paths, you guys can choose. However, and that's my take home point here. It took me like many years, till I get to the point in which, I'm finishing like my cardiology fellowship, I'm going to Harvard, and everything, is coming together, the path was really full of ups and downs. I mean, it's really important for you to have the support of your family or your friends, and it's really important. But on the other hand, I mean, you need at this point, you need to decide what kind of doctor you guys want to become. Okay, what kind of goals are you gonna pursue in your life. And that's why I put this slide here. And I think that's the single most important slide, for you. This is the take home point, okay? You need to choose if you're gonna be like chasing carrots. And by carrots, I mean, just like, chasing, like money or financial, some kind of, financial, benefits, that medicine will give you. And for sure, if you stay in Brazil, you can basically, land in a job, that's going to pay you really well. You're going to have like a nice car, you're going to have a nice apartment. However, these are just carrots, okay? These things, they're just like a bunch of status symbols, okay? They're not necessarily going to provide you with meaning. And that's a way that I propose here. I mean, I just, laid out, my path, in contrast, what these like, chasing carrots, what we have is climbing mountains. So what I did, during all of these years was like, climbing the mountain, to the academic, top of medicine, that doesn't necessarily need to be like, your mountain, have many different mountains you can climb in medicine, you don't necessarily need to come here to the United States. We just, saw a great, lecture, about other doctor that was like, climbing another type of mountain, in medicine, that was, working in different missions, around the world. And that's, what we need to pursue, in order to live a fulfilled life. Okay. And I finish, my talk with this, with this quote, from Viktor Frankl, but he's basically, quoting Nietzsche. He said, "Those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how." Okay, and that's what you need to find. You need to find mountains to climb and not carrots to chase. Okay, and that's all.
Well, that was a very informative presentation. I think everybody got a lot out of it. And thank you for sharing this with us. Also, I would like to thank you, Dr. Fernando dos Santos, who is in the YouTube chat, helping with the doubts. And he was a speaker from last week, and he will be in the group conversations also today. And now let's go to the questions that remained, okay? Let me get them here. Do the physicians need to get a special visa to work in the USA? How to deal with the need of a green card?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So regarding, the visa, okay? So I talked about like, B1, B2, which is just like, the tourist visa. That's the kind of visa that you come here. You use just, to do like electives and stuff. During residency, the hospital, he provides you with a visa.
I think we got a problem with the audio.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, now it's fine, but I got a problem before.
Okay, so regarding the visa, so basically for electives, during med school and stuff, for observerships, all of that, you come, with like a tourist visa. There's no problem whatsoever with that. During residency, the hospitals, they provide you with two types of visas, okay? H-1B, which is a worker's visa, a specialty worker visa, or J1, okay? J1 is provided by CFMG, okay? The downside with J1, as I mentioned briefly, is that after you finish your residency, after you finish your program, this visa is just linked, to the program that you are at. So after that, you need to come back to Brazil. You need to go back to Brazil, spend at least like 2 years in order for this clock to reset. So you can come back here in another visa, usually like H-1B, okay? So with H-1B visa, which is the visa that I originally, came here, okay? That's a visa that it's a worker's visa, and you can basically transition from that, to green card, okay? So in my case, my green card was approved, but it was a self-petition, that I did because of the research that I did. Okay, so you can do this path that is called EB1 or EB2 National Interest Waiver, in which you need to gather at least like 7 to 10 letters from leaders in the field that you work. You need to provide them, with your publications, citations, and you need to be like a reference in your field. So in my case, I had almost 40 publications, by the time that I applied. I had 9 letters, from people from here, Emory, Hopkins, Harvard, all of those places. And they basically telling the same, okay, so Bruno is an asset, for this country. The kind of research, that he does is important, So with that, with that in hand, I submitted to the USCIS and they approved, my green card. So that's a pathway, okay? That pathway is not easy. However, there's other easy pathways. So if you're here under an H-1B visa, if you finish your residency, if you start working, the hospital can, that you're working as a doctor, he can petition for your green card. That's what most doctors do, okay? If you are under a J visa, if you finish your program, okay, if you want to stay here, if you don't want to go back to Brazil, you need to do what they call a J1 waiver, okay? So you need to find a place here, like, a state that has any area that is underserved, and this hospital can basically hire just as like as a regular doctor. Um, the process of hiring is identical. The only difference is that the hospital needs to be in a location that is underserved. So I mean, after striving like many years, here in the United States, I mean, you don't want to you want to live like in a cool place, like New York or Miami or someplace like that. You don't want to go to Nebraska, for instance. But that's a price that you have to pay if you are under like a J1 visa. You might need to go to like some remote place in Minnesota or whatever. I mean, the salary would be like the same or even higher, because these places, since they're underserved, they have like higher wages, for doctors, But the downside is, after you're done with your training, you don't have like, that optionality of moving, to the city that you want, necessarily, so your options are more limited over there. However, just like if you come here, I never seen like, a doctor, who came here to train, to do residency, that didn't have the opportunity to stay. Visa, I mean, it's complicated. There's like, lots of ifs and buts. However, it's always manageable. There's always room because here, as I mentioned to you, there's a huge demand for physicians, any specialty, okay? Different from Brazil, in which, you have more and more med schools opening up. And I mean, here, I think since like, the 80s or the 90s or something like that, that they haven't substantially, opened up, more med schools. So there's like a huge gap, between the demand, for doctors and the doctors that are released in the market, every year. So just, be worried about, doing a good job with the steps and trying, to get, your networking right, with those electives and everything. Visa, it's something that is secondary. It's gonna work. Trust me. It's gonna work. If you have like an MD degree that, if you're eligible to work here, people will find a way. Okay.
I'll take your word for it. I think we can squeeze in one last question. The English, what do you do about it? Took a special course, or you could transition from the English we learn at English schools to the medical?
Yeah, I think, the English part is, at least, for now, for most people who are like in the first, second year of med school, this is, the part that you need to focus the most, at this stage. So what I did, I mean, I started like, my contact with English, started really early, with English, like just like, English as a second language, courses, in Brazil. However, I came here, I had the opportunity to come here during high school to spend 6 months in Bristol, Tennessee. And it was something that was basically, it was a turning point for me. After that period of time, I mean, I became extremely comfortable, both, speaking and listening to. Also, what you can do is basically surround yourself, with, with opportunities, to listen to and to read and to, nowadays we have like Netflix, and there's many like, you can basically have fun while learning English, right? You have, Skype, in which you can connect with people here and make friends, make friends from, other countries, and try to practice, and actually, expose yourself. It's the most important thing. So take the time, take the free time that you guys have, and try to expose yourself, try to get yourself out of your comfort zone, by exposing yourself, to situations in which you are, practicing English, just as like, as you guys are doing here, okay? And that's something that you need to do early on, because it takes time for you to gain fluency in any language. But, in English, especially if you're thinking about coming here to the United States, you need to be extremely comfortable with the language. Okay, you need to be extremely comfortable. Okay.
Well, I think that's all. Thank you very much, Bruno. You really taught us something today.
Okay.
And now
The comments on YouTube are amazing. Everyone's thanking you, saying you're very inspirational to all of us. And the lesson was very clear. And thank you very much, Bruno.
Okay, I thank you everyone, for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure, to go back to my roots, and see, so here's like, that's like, my last comment, I promise. So here's the reason why I keep, going back and, talking to, people at your stage. So here's the thing, whenever you come here to the United States, you tend to forget, for me, to look back to what I've been through, to remember all of that, it's always a pleasure. It's always fulfills, the purpose, that I originally aspire, to come here and to undergo all of this training, and sometimes you tend to forget. The things that pass, and sometimes, you let yourself down, for minor stuff, during your day, by day, and having this opportunity, to interact with you guys and try to pass a little bit of my, experience, and show you some of my war wounds. It's something that always fulfills me with, with purpose, and that's the thing that you guys need to aspire for. Okay, again, remember, like, one of my last slides. Okay, don't chase carrots. Okay, try to aspire for mountain climbing. Okay, there's many mountains, that you guys can climb. Here, coming to the United States is one of them, but you need to find yours. You need to find the one that basically goes along with your temperament. Okay, and that's it. It's just a really pleasure, to be here. Thank you.
Oh, the pleasure was ours. To see the path you took is a really easy way to easy the way for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now,
bye.
Bye. And now let's move on to our final speech of the morning with Isabella Faria. She is a graduated from UFMG Research Association of the Program of Global Surgery and Social Changes in the Harvard University, has completed one observership at Jackson's Memorial Hospital in Miami, one visiting student research program at Yale, and one internship in Paris. And also she has a lot of plans who were postponed due to Corona. Welcome, Isabella.
Hi, so thank you so much for the invitation. I would also like to thank Dr. Bruno for having said to you that I would be the one to talk about this. So as you guys just mentioned, I recently graduated from UFMG, so I feel very humbled to be here talking to you about this, especially after Dr. Bruno, because he has an amazing pathway and he gave the most inspiring and motivational speech ever. But let's see if I can give you guys some insights too. So I'm going to talk to you about how to apply for research positions and to apply to rotations, so observerships, clerkships, and internships. And so let me just share my screen. I've never done this before, so I'm not sure how to do it. Okay. Okay, all right, I think it's ready. I would also like to apologize in advance if there's some problem with my internet connection. It's usually very good, but today it's raining a lot here in Belo Horizonte, so we never know. All set, guys?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, so let me just, okay, so as Pietro explained to you, this is what I have done. I'm also the president of the Association of Women Surgeons chapter at UFMG and an advocacy council lead for the Gender Equity Initiative in Global Surgery, which is like a sister organization for the Harvard PGSSC, where I'll be a research associate next year due to the pandemics, because everything had to be postponed. So I'm speaking to you today as a medical student because I've been there. I recently graduated, so like I've been a doctor for 3 months now, and I also applied to all of this while I was a medical student. So I think this is a great opportunity for you to see that yes, it's possible to like do this, especially in medical school, when you do everything that Dr. Bruno explained before. So when you work hard and you try a lot and you really spend some time trying to find what you want to do and your motivation. Okay, so these three, I would say that they are the most important to try to get a position abroad, sorry. So I'm gonna start off with language. So one of the questions that you made for Dr. Bruno was exactly that. So how did you learn English? How important it is? And yes, it's important. Of course, if you're doing an observership, you're mostly gonna watch and shadow the doctor. So they're not gonna ask you to have perfect English or perfect knowledge on each language that you want, but you have to have a minimum amount. Most of the places will tell you like which score and which test you need, but you also have to be sure you understand everything, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense to spend so much money and time to go abroad and don't really understand what's going on and don't learn a lot. The second thing I would say is your CV. So yes, I would be lying to you if I told you that you don't need anything on your CV to be accepted unless you're applying for one of the overpriced positions, maybe an observership that is like $5,000. So if you want to do something for free or at a good institution, you probably have to have a good CV. But one of the things that I always carry with me that I learned when I went to Paris, which was my first internship ever, is that the program director there told me that medical students are not required to have a very huge CV with a lot of things and a lot of, like, you don't have to be a PhD in something and have written like 15 research articles to be accepted for a position. In fact, I didn't have any of these when I applied. And that's exactly the question I did. Like, why did you accept me? What made you like want to know me and get me here in Paris? And he said, you were very motivated, and your CV, although it didn't have anything that popped out, it really showed me that you were interested in learning more than just getting good grades in medical school. So I think if you can portray this in your CV, is a good start. Of course, if you have previous experiences from other things, it will show that you're very interested and you have some previous knowledge from something, but it's not that important. And the last thing, and that I say for the last, is the presentation. What would be presentation? Is how you show yourself to the person that you're asking to go there to observe or whatever. So for example, myself, I did show myself as a motivated person, and you have to show this in your writing or in your interview or in any way that you can. So it's going to be really important to really take some time to write your email, to explain to them, like in brief words, why you should be the one that would be there for this internship or for this observership, and to show in a few words that you're highly motivated, that you learn fast, and that you will be the perfect fit for this program. So presentation, I put it like on the top, because I think that if you have a good presentation, you will be able to show your language skills and also to show like the best part of your CV. So one of the things that I would like to start off with talking to you guys is exactly something that Bruno showed you, which is the stairs. So you have to climb stairs. Before you start to thinking of applying to any position at all, you have to see where you are. You have to be really aware of where you are and where you want to go. So for example, you're first year medical student, you've never done anything in your medical school, and you want to go to Harvard and be like a research associate there, you're probably not going to get the spot. You can try, of course, but they're going to see like your CV and they're going to say like, okay, not a good fit for us. Is this me saying that don't apply to Harvard? No, that's not it. I'm just saying that maybe you're going to have to think like, okay, I have 6 years of medical school to go, and I'm going to build my CV and my presentation skills and my language skills in such a way that when I'm finishing medical school, I'm going to apply to Harvard and maybe get in. So this is something that I would like to tell you guys, because I think that it's very important to see that, for example, for me to get accepted as a research associate, I have done a lot of things in the past, and I know that this is like just the beginning of my journey, so I still have a lot of steps to climb, but I have done a lot of things in the past that made me a good candidate for them to accept. So this is something that I would like to say, because of course, if you haven't done much things in your medical school, you might be a good candidate for an observership or maybe for a clerkship, but might not be the best candidate that they are looking for a research position. For example, if you haven't published anything, or if you don't have a good English or good skills in writing. So it's just something that I would like for you to understand before. And I think you're gonna see how clear this is when we go through our presentation. Okay, other things that I also think that are really, really important when we are applying to something. So place. Where are you applying to? You're gonna see that, for example, for clerkships or observerships, there are some places that you can pay to go there, and then you're gonna pay like very, very high, and maybe some, I'm not sure what's the name of this, like some enterprise will do it for you. So you pay this person to go after some clerkship spots for you, and then they get you maybe a bad school in the United States, so you can go there, but at least you're going and you're paying for it, and you probably won't need English skills or CV or things like that. But like if you want to go to an Ivy League, or if you want to do something in a very good top 20 school in the US, maybe you're gonna have to have those other skills that I told you guys before. There are also some places that will never accept a Brazilian student. So we have to know that. And how do you know that? When you do your research, which I'll explain to you after. But just something that you have to take into consideration, that you can't go anywhere you want at the time that you want. And some places will never accept Brazilians. And this is unfortunate, but it's the truth. So timing is really important. So for example, if you want to apply now, I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend you to apply until at least mid 2021. Why? Because of coronavirus. Right now, most of the places are not accepting anyone, and they won't be until mid 2021. And if you apply now, you probably won't get accepted, and maybe you won't even get a second chance in the future. So this is one of the things. One other thing is sometimes you can get a spot just because you are on the right time at the right place, which is something that happened to me, for example, for my research position at Yale. I actually ended up meeting the professor that accepted me there in person, kind of by chance, because I went to one of the resident meetings at the hospital in my university, and she was there, and I talked to her, and that's how I got my position. So timing is really important. You have to think about that when you apply, because you can be the best candidate ever and you might not get your spot because of timing. Price is one other thing, like I told you guys. Till this date, everything that I did, I didn't have to pay for tuition. So I had to pay for my travel, like for the airplane tickets and maybe like the place that I stayed at and what I would eat. I didn't have to pay anything for the school or the hospital. For the clerkships that were postponed due to the pandemic, the clerkships at Yale, Kansas University, and FIU, I would have to pay. I actually did pay, but they refunded me, thankfully. And they were really expensive. So you can pay everything from $0 to $6,000 for 1 month, or maybe even more. And this is something that you have to have in mind before you apply, because you have to think of what fits in your pocket. So if you don't have money and you can only spend in airplane tickets and maybe a place to stay, you might have to research much more just to try to find places that are less expensive. And last but not least, medical school. So your medical school can be an asset or an obstacle when you are applying to these places. Most of the time, I didn't even need approval from my medical school, but some of the times I did, and they were really okay with that. I didn't apply to any of the places that my school has a bilateral, I forgot the name of this, like they have a program that accepts and sends students each year, but I didn't apply to these places. So this is easier, and you can speak to your medical school and try to find if you already have a program that does that with some of the universities abroad. But so just have this in mind, that you have to talk to the person that is in charge of that in your medical school and see like how hard or how easy it will be for you to get signatures, because you might need it, or maybe to be in those programs. There are some universities that only accept students from Brazil for one university specific, so maybe it's your university and you can use this as an asset. Anyway, there are many variables that we can use, but now I'm going to show you guys how to actually apply to one of those positions and how I did to get my spots. And you might be wondering, like, is it very difficult? Is it not? There are actually many ways you can apply, and I'm going to tell you maybe the easiest but the hardest one, which is when they don't have a special program that you have to apply to. Okay, so the first thing that you have to do is preparation. Do not underestimate this, because this is really important. I would say that you would have to have at least 1 year to 6 months in advance, but if you are thinking of building your CV up, you need more time, because you would have to spend like 1 or 2 or 3 years before that to be improving your CV and your skills. And then after that, you still need 1 year to 6 months in advance to read everything, research everything, and prepare all the documents you might need. There is a lot of bureaucracy, I'm not gonna lie, but you can do this. Like, don't be scared about this, and it can be a good process to research everything. It's gonna take a while, so you're gonna spend hours and hours and hours of research, maybe weeks, maybe months. Like I personally spent months researching everything that I wanted, but it's good in the end, and you're not even gonna remember that after everything passes. So Google is your best friend. I mean, literally. You can find everything on Google. Don't underestimate Google. Don't think that you have to talk to someone that has been there before you apply. You can find everything on Google. So you can go to each school, medical school page. You can try to find rankings. So like for me, for example, when I tried to go to France and the US, the first thing I did was to find those university rankings and see like which schools were good and which ones were not. And then I would go to each website and then I would research and read everything. One tip that I give you guys, if you want to find clerkships, you have to type on Google like the name of the medical school and then international and then clerkship. If you don't find clerkship, you can try with electives. And then you're gonna see the exact page you need for being an international student and applying for an elective or a clerkship. Let me see what else. So the second thing that is still in preparation is talk to your medical school. Like I said, they can help you a lot. They might have the documents you need. They might tell you who to talk to. They might have this this programs that you can, like, maybe you have this one college in the US that you can go, and it's going to be easier for you, and there's going to be less competition because you don't have to be with all people from all over the world. You're going to have to be compared to your peers in your medical school, so it's easier, and there's less bureaucracy, so maybe it's a good thing. You have to talk to your medical school, because if you need a signature and you don't have anyone that can sign this, you might not be able to go to your clerkship. So it's really important that you do this before you start sending any emails, and maybe even before you do your research if you want. Or like I did my research first, and then I went there, and then I explained everything to them, like how it would be, what I would need. And then it was better for me, instead of having to go there back and forth a lot of times to get information anytime I wanted. It's always best to try to go there in person than to send emails, because usually people are more open to speak about it. And then we go to part 3, find the emails. So this is the hardest part. Sometimes you can find it on the medical school page. So they have the faculty page there, and then they usually have the emails. One tip that I give you guys is if you can find the email for the secretary or something like this, it's going to be much, much easier, because she will be the one forwarding your message to the physician that you want to talk to. The people there that they are in charge of the processes of getting a international medical student to a service, they are usually really nice and open, and they can answer your questions. So sometimes the programs say, don't talk to the physicians, just talk to the person in charge of this program, and then you only have to talk to this person, and it's going to be there on that page that I said you how to find. And this is something that you have to keep in mind too. But if you're looking for research positions or observerships, you're probably going to have to try to find the physician, him or herself. And so another tip that I give you is, if you know exactly which person you want to shadow, but you can't find their email on the medical school or the hospital's webpage, you can try on PubMed. So if they had done any kind of article, there's usually the first author. They usually are the corresponding authors, and they usually have to get an email. So if you try to find an article that this person was the first author, you're going to find their email there. One other thing is, if you have an email that is institutional, for example, at ufmg.br, it's easier to send, because your email is going to go straight to their institutional mailbox. And sometimes when you don't have this, it's going to go to the external mail. And this is why many people don't answer. It's like a spam mailbox. So they don't open it. It's not because they don't like you. It's not because your CV is not good. It's just that they never see your email. So if you have an institutional email, you can try with that. Maybe it will work, maybe it will not, but it's worth to try. Okay, so number 2, check for requirements. This is why preparing with time is so important. So sometimes you're going to see things that you need that they are going to take so much time to do. Maybe you're going to have translations, like official translations. Maybe you're going to have to do a test that you didn't do before, so you're going to have to prepare for this test and then take this test. Maybe you're going to have to finish your clerkships at your medical school. So you want to apply on your 3rd year, but then they only accept people who have done all the core clerkships. So the internal medicine clerkship, surgery clerkship, OBGYN clerkship, and pediatrics clerkship, I think. So you're going to have to wait until your medical school is done with that. Maybe you're even going to have to ask your medical school to do it earlier. So you're going to have to check for these requirements, because sometimes they are really easy, but sometimes they are not. And where can you find this? On each website. So yes, it's a lot of work. You're going to have to check their websites hundreds of times, a lot of websites, a lot of schools, and a lot of different requirements, because they're not the same for each school, but it's worth it in the end. And then you can just choose like which school you want based on these requirements. So for example, for me, I haven't taken step 1 yet. I'm studying for it. My book is even here because I was studying for this before we started. So I had to choose places that I didn't need step 1 to apply to. And it was really, really, really hard because to find a place that accepts Brazilians and also you don't need a step 1 score to be able to touch patients. It's very difficult. That's why it took me like 1 year to find the clerkships that I wanted to apply to. But so like the ones that needed step 1, I just cut them off my list and moved on. So, okay, next one, draft your email. This is very important. Like if you need, like take a screenshot of this, it seems stupid, but it's not. So don't send a very long email because no one's gonna read it. If a physician opens an email and it's like giant and it's from a person they don't know and it's in this external email, they're just not gonna read it. Doesn't matter what you write. And use your email to put every useful information that you might think. So I'm working with another biomedical student from Portugal on writing up an ebook about how to write a motivational letter or drafting an email. So we're working on this, and this is why we saw that many people make this mistake, and this could cost your this could cost your spot. So don't do it a very long email. If you can, like, just present yourself briefly in the beginning of the email and be very, very clear on what you want, like on the first sentence. So like just say like, I'm Isabella Faria, I am medical doctor from Brazil, and I'm sending this email regarding a position in research. That's it. And then you explain like, I've been working with research for, I don't know, 3-4 years, and I've published, I don't know, I'm just making up things right now. So I published 7 articles, some in English, and I really like to work in this area. I've been working in this area for 6 months, and then you just like explain briefly what you've done and why it's important for them to continue reading your email. And then I would say, if you can, and if you have read any of their articles or their work, maybe you can mention it. It's a good thing. And you just be very open about when you are willing to go there. Just tell them straight ahead. So like, I want to go there next year. So just tell, I was thinking of maybe going there next year or in 3 months or things like that. Just be really open, because they won't have time to be thinking like, okay, let me try to find some time, and then I'm going to tell the student, and then the student says, I can't be there in a month, I can only go in 1 year. So be very clear about that, and use this space to portray useful information and to show your motivation. So how hardworking you are. Maybe you don't have to write, I am really hardworking, but you can say that by explaining what you have done in the past. Also, one other thing is try not to write your email as it was your CV, because like I'm going to tell you guys after, you're going to send your CV as well. So proofread it. This is very important, because I know that it's bad. I know that English is our second language or maybe third language, and that we don't speak perfect English. I don't either, but sometimes people read bad English and they're like, oh, they didn't put much effort into doing that, and they don't speak well, and I'm not gonna spend my time with this student because this is gonna be like too much work for me. And then they don't accept you before even meeting you. So proofread your emails. If you have someone that can read it for you, someone that is native, that speaks very, very good English, that is used to do this, then send it to them so they can read it. And if you don't, maybe you can use some online proofreading things. So like I use Grammarly sometimes. It's not perfect, but it helps a little bit, especially with spelling, maybe with punctuation. But if it's a very important thing, so like a clerkship to apply to residency, like it was for me, maybe it's a good idea to pay someone to edit your motivation letter or your email. I'm saying here as email because like I told you, this is how I approach it, the physicians for the positions that I apply to. But if you are doing through the program of the university, maybe you don't have to email the physician. You're gonna send a cover letter or motivation letter, and then it's gonna be mostly the same thing. But for example, for the motivation letter, it's gonna be 1 page instead of like 2 paragraphs, like the email, and you're gonna have more like space to write up a little bit about you and why you're interested in this program and how you're going to be an asset there. How can you help? And okay, next thing, don't forget to attach your CV. It's very important to do a very neat and clear and concise CV in English. Have someone proofread it too, if you can. Don't rely on your CV like ever. Don't be misleading on your CV. I've seen people on social media being very misleading on their positions abroad, and don't do that. Like, really tell the truth and what you've done. And if you think that this is not important for the position you're applying to, just take it off your CV. Most of the times you can send like 1 page of a CV, maybe 1.5 page. Don't send a very long CV because program directors are not going to read it, and they are not interested whether you attended 100 events during the quarantine. They don't want to see this unless like it's a very specific event about that very specific area that you're going there to shadow. So for example, I'm applying to a surgery spot. So during this quarantine, I've attended 2 events about surgery, and there is surgery on the name of the event. If you don't have better things to put there, you can put it, but don't like put everything that you watched during the quarantine. I know that we have done a lot of Coursera courses and been to a lot of events. You don't need to put this, just put the important things that you have done. Maybe ask for a friend so you can see their CV, if they're comfortable with sharing it with you. And this will be like helpful to see what you need and doesn't need to put on your CV. Okay, so 4, send it out. You're gonna get 1 answer every 100 emails you send. This is because of that thing on the email that I told you, the external email thing. They just don't get the emails, and the ones that get, maybe they will look at it and say like, oh, I'm not gonna spend time with this because I don't ever get students here, and then they're just not gonna answer you. And then that 1 answer that you get may be a no. So you have to know that. Don't be sad about this. It happens to everyone. It's not your CV. It's not your English skills. It's just that sometimes you didn't find the right physicians to approach. And maybe the program, for example, for clerkships. I mentioned that I was accepted to a Yale subclerkship. For the month that I was going, there were only 5 international students that were accepted to go there. From all over the world. So why is that? Because they usually have a perfect amount of spots for their medical students. So if they get unfilled, so if no one from Yale wants it, then they give out to other students. So this is why there are usually very few spots. And this is why sometimes you're gonna get a no, even though you're a very competitive person. Like you have a very good CV, you have good skills, you done everything right, but sometimes there is just no spot for you to go there when you want or ever. So know that and be patient because your time is gonna arrive. If you couldn't do it, like try again, send more emails, try other schools. If you try the top 20 schools of the United States first, then go to the top 30, top 40, top 50 until you get accepted. One tip is try to go to places that you know people have been accepted in the past. It's very difficult to be the first one accepted somewhere. So maybe if you know that, maybe even someone not from your medical school, but like you know someone from other medical school that has been accepted to one university, maybe you can try it there and explain to the secretary why you want to go there, and maybe you can get the spot. So be patient because it takes a lot of time for them to answer. You might even have to send it twice because sometimes it goes to that spam mailbox and you have to send it twice and maybe they will notice it. We don't know. But And just like we're almost finishing because I don't have much time left. If it does not work, try again. So send more emails, strengthen your CV. So if you think like, okay, I didn't get it because I'm too, I don't have a lot of things on my CV. I think they didn't find me competitive enough. So try to do something, maybe join an interest group at your university. What is an interest group? Uma liga acadêmica. So you can join them. Also, this is a good word, like note this down because you're gonna need it when you're writing up your CV, interest group. Maybe you can shadow a doctor in your city, like you want surgery. So you can shadow like them for 2-3 months, and then you can put this on your CV. You can do this, and these are all things that might be able to strengthen your CV. They usually like leadership positions as well. So if you can be the coordinator for your interest group, this is a good thing because it shows that you might be someone that has organizational skills, that has leadership skills. And this is a good thing. Like, you don't have to write up there, I'm very good with organization, I'm very good with leadership. No, like the position speaks for itself. And timing, remember that thing. If you couldn't do it now, maybe wait a few months and then try again next year, something like this. For example, for this year, coronavirus is really messing up everything. So if you tried this year and didn't get the position, try again later. So my take-home message is do your research. Wait, just because the images here are like, I can see. Okay, write your emails carefully. Like I told you, people sometimes are very picky with small errors and punctuation errors, and they see this as you're not being prepared enough. So it might be a good thing for you to have it proofread and just try. If you don't try, you're never gonna get your spot. So you have to try. But remember, success takes time. Not only success as being successful in receiving an answer, like a positive answer, but also as the steps for the stairs that I showed you and that Dr. Bruno showed you. So like aim high, but know where you are and know what you can get right now. So when it's time, you'll be able to achieve more, even more, and prepare yourself. Know that maybe you're gonna need like 1, 2, 5, 10 years to get where your dream place is, like where you really wanna get. But then in the meantime, you're gonna have to prepare yourself and just go very slowly until you get there. Like I told you guys, I'm the beginning of my journey. I know that I still have a lot to learn and a lot of places to be. And I hope to maybe come back someday and tell you guys that I got into my dream spot for residency or my dream fellowship. And I know that I'm doing my best to try to achieve that. So wait, that's it. Do you have any questions? I don't know if we have some time to do that. If we do, I would love to answer some of your questions. You can reach me at my email. You can also reach me on Twitter. The Twitter is the same thing as my email, or on Instagram or YouTube. So I go as the Brazilian MD if you don't know me. And you can just message me anytime. I'll be gladly, and I'll be happy to help you guys there. That's it.
Well, thank you so much, Isabella. I'm very glad actually that we could put you to speak so close to Bruno's, because the speech of both of you really complement each other. And I'm sure that it will be of most help to someone who's trying to go abroad. The tips you gave were amazing. Well, let me get the questions we have. I think we have time for 2. Oh, someone is asking about CV. Can you use the Lattes? What we have here is curriculo Lattes, né? Can you use that as a CV, or you have to build another format?
I didn't, and I don't recommend you to. I mean, it's very good to have a Lattes CV. You can even like put your Lattes CV inside your CV, as I usually refer to it as a researcher CV. But the way that they translate things on the Lattes CV is not very clear. So I wouldn't use it. I think that is very, very big, and no one is going to try to understand. Like every person who ever tried to fill out their Lattes CV have noticed that it's very difficult to do it. Like you don't know where things go and like where to put everything. So who's gonna read it like from abroad? They're gonna see it and they're gonna be like, what is that? So I would try to do like a normal CV. You can find it online. You can try to find like medical student CV on Google, and you're gonna find a template so you can use it. Maybe it's not gonna be the best one, but it's a good start. And I would prefer to do that instead of using my Lattes.
Okay, Dr. Isabella, which year of medical school is the best to get in an internship in the US?
Okay, this one is kind of hard. So if you're looking for an observership or a research position, there's usually no problem. Like you can apply whenever you want to. So like there's one research associate at Harvard PGSSC that's going to start with me next year. We both defer to next year. And I believe she's a third year medical student or a second year medical student. And she applied and she got it. I applied as a 6th-year medical student. So there's usually no problem when you are doing an observership. There's usually no problem too. So I remember that there was some people from the second year of medical school there. And the bad thing is you might not understand everything as you would if you have been there at mostly the second half of medical school, but you can still go like if it's the only time you have. I would try. The first internship I did in France, I think it was at the end of my 3rd year or in the middle of my 3rd year, something like this. And I could learn a lot of things, but I have to say that I didn't know much about clinical practice. So I basically learned everything there. And then when I came back, I kind of knew what to do in my clinical classes here. But I was really like willing to learn and working a lot, and like very hard to understand what they were doing, like physical exams and things like that. I haven't learned it yet when I went there, but it was still worth it for me. But for the US, if you want to do clerkships, electives, things like that, they usually ask you to have completed the core clerkships. So you might be able to go on your last year only. But you really have to check. Each school has its requirements.
Okay. One last question. With COVID-19 pandemic and considering that the programs will reopen in 2021, we can start emailing. When can we start emailing?
I mean,
End of the
I understand the question. So the thing is, I've been emailing some programs because I am looking for an observership right now, because as a medical graduate, I cannot do clerkships and electives anymore. So my postponed electives are done. I'm not going to be able to do them. You can only do it as a medical student. And I was supposed to be doing my electives, like I was supposed to have done that from March to June. And then after I will be there in the US as a research associate. And then I would be doing more research there. But I have now like a little gap that I need to get my practice to apply to medical residency there. And I'm trying to look for observerships so I can get some some billing of the clinical services there. They require that. So I had emailed some programs for the past months, and they all been very hard on me, and they said like, we're not accepting no one, not even US medical students, so we're not accepting international students, and we don't know when we will reopen. The only negative but like positive answer I got was from one place, and they told me that they are thinking of maybe reopening in May 2021, and they asked me to apply in April and March 2021. And this is like the one place that I know they have some date to open, but most of the places are only going to start accepting US medical students in the middle of 2021. So I maybe wouldn't spend either my time or my chances trying to reach out right now, because right now they're fighting a pandemics and no one is getting observers or people from clerkships. So I would wait just to not use my chances right now and get a no that could have been a yes. Should I have waited like 3 months? Maybe you can use this time right now to research everything, getting everything ready, getting all the signatures you need, getting your vaccinations, because they're gonna ask for that. And then after, like when you start noticing that they're being more open about it, then you go and send out the emails. You can try like with one program and then see how they're like answering you, and maybe then you send to other programs or not, you decide to wait for some weeks. I will do that because this is exactly what I'm doing, but of course it's up to you. If you really have to do this like as soon as possible, when you really want to try, just send the email. Who knows, maybe you get accepted.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry, but we don't have much time, so that's it for today. Thank you again. Your speech was amazing, and I think everybody got a lot out of it. So now I'll give the, sorry.
Thank you guys for inviting me. Really, I was really, really happy to be here and to be able to share some insights with you.
Thank you very much, Isabella. That you gave us a lot of information and details that we didn't have much idea about. Like we knew we have to write a letter about ourselves, but not exactly how to write one or what to put in it. So thank you very much. All right, so that's it for the morning period. Thank you everyone for joining us. Please check your emails to make sure you received an email with the Google Meets link specific for the group chats. They're going to start at 2:30 this afternoon. If you have any issues, you can send them to our OCOM Instagram or Mariana's number. They're both in the description of this video. And thank you very much. See you guys soon.